It is time. Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm now going to call the public hearing of Thursday, March the 12th, 2026, reconvening from February the 11th and March the 5th, 2026 to order. This meeting is being held in person and by electronic means. Council members and the public may participate by either method. Any council members joining electronically are reminded to enable video to confirm quorum. This meeting is being live streamed on the city's website and YouTube, and meeting progress will be updated regularly on X at Van City Clerk. In case of an emergency where we have to evacuate chambers, please proceed through the glass doors and turn left at the post and walk down the stairs. If that exit is obstructed for any reason whatsoever, there are 4 exits on the side of this chamber, and so please use one of those. If you need any kind of mobility assistance, please stay in place, and one of our super friendly team members will help you get back to a safe spot accordingly. I also want to note that there is the defibrillator at the end of the hallway here in case we need one. I do also want to acknowledge that we're hosting today's reconvened public hearing on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations, and I do want to thank them for their generosity and hospitality and love and care they show this great land that we get to live, work, and play on. I also want to note and acknowledge all of our team members throughout the city of Vancouver who work incredibly hard every single day to make this place a way better place for all of us. So thank you. So with that, Clerk, can we please have a roll call?
Mayor Sim in the chair with a leave of absence from 6 p.m. onwards for civic business. Councillor Kirby Young.
Present.
And you have a leave of absence from 6 p.m. onwards today for civic business. Councillor Dominato has a leave of absence for civic business all day. Councillor Bly. Not here. Councillor Fry is on a leave of absence for personal reasons from 9:30 a.m. onwards. Councillor Montague.
Present.
Councillor Klassen.
Present.
And you have a leave of absence for personal reasons from 4 p.m. onwards. Councillor Meisner.
Present.
Councillor Joe.
Present.
Councillor Orr. And you have a leave of absence for civic business from 5 p.m. onwards. Councillor Maloney.
Present.
This meeting has quorum, Mayor Sim.
Thank you very much. So before we begin, a few announcements. The public may speak in person or by phone or may submit written comments to Mayor and Council. Speakers may only speak once and will have up to 5 minutes to comment on the merits of the application. Please state whether you support or oppose the application and if you are a resident of Vancouver. Those representing 4 or more individuals or groups, including themselves, may speak for up to 8 minutes. Each person being represented must confirm their name and presence in person or by phone and may not speak separately. Please follow the live stream or at Van City Clerk on X to track meeting progress and know when your turn to speak is approaching. Please note the live stream does have a slight delay. Written comments can be submitted through the Mayor and Council public hearing feedback form on the city's website and linked on X. If you pre-registered with a presentation, say next to have the clerk advance your slides. So the procedure bylaw prohibits council members from the use of words, tone, or gestures that express negative views of individuals or groups. Members of the public are expected to not engage in improper conduct, such as hateful, defamatory, or discriminatory language. Council members may raise a point of order if language is not respectful. As chair, I may ask speakers to adjust their remarks accordingly. I also do want to note, obviously, this is, one of the topics. There's a lot of strong feelings for and against this one, and we respect that. I think that's healthy. I will note, though, that we will be enforcing this bylaw here. If you've had a history of coming in before using defamatory comments, consider this one your warning. There will be no second chance, as we've allowed in the past, because there's history there. Great. And if the councillors online, if they're able to put their cameras on so we can confirm quorum, that would be great. Great, thank you very much. A reminder, at public hearings, council acts as a quasi-judicial body and must focus solely on the merits of the rezoning or heritage application. Members may ask clarifying questions of our team members or speakers, including the applicant, but should reserve debate until after the speakers list is closed. After hearing from speakers, council may 1, approve the application in principle, 2, approve the application in principle with amendments, 3, refuse the application, or 4, refer the application to team members for further consideration. Finally, if all speakers are not heard this evening or today, the public hearing will recess and reconvene at a later date. So, number 5, CD-1 rezoning 2028 through 2038 Barclay Street. On March the 5th, 2026, council heard up to speaker number 44. Council subsequently recessed and will now continue hearing from speakers on item 5, CD-1 rezoning 2028 through 2038 Barclay Street. Any speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the left podium when it's your turn. Phone-in speakers will be unmuted when it's your turn to speak. Speakers will have up to 5 minutes to make their comments and should limit their comments to the merits of the report being considered. So our first speaker today is speaker number 45, Douglas Mesny. Is Douglas present? We go to yeah. This him? No, that's fine. Okay. We're going to move on to speaker number 46, Sandra Troder.
Is
Morning.
there a timer that I can have a look
Yeah,
at?
there
as we
will
go
be
along?
lights that indicate how long you have. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Mayor and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Sandra Troder. I strongly oppose the redevelopment application, 2030 Barclay Street. I was born in Vancouver, and I've lived for 35 years in the West End, the same location on Barclay Street. We've raised our family here and enjoyed the opportunity to live and to work and to be part of a very strong and connected community with our many neighbors, friends, and shop owners. The West End is much sought after for being very safe, very diverse, livable, green, walkable, and friendly. And isn't that what cities worldwide are striving to attain or trying to return to? Creating strong community in every sense of the word is beneficial for our mental and our physical well-being. Shall we take a lesson from other popular destinations that have had to implement measures to restrict tourism in order to maintain a healthier balance for residents? Do we want to become another Venice, another Rome, another Kyoto? Construction of a 25-story tower will forever change the unique and special livable neighborhood west of Denman and create a precedent for the rest of downtown. So why should this application be rejected? Well, for one, it's not part of our West End plan. This was voted on and approved by residents. So this being not part of the plan, number one. And instead, a hotel policy was recently introduced. This was not vetted, voted on, or approved by Vancouver residents. There was approval for a 10-story residential building, and suddenly there's a hotel policy to allow for a large commercial tower to be built instead. So why should this application be rejected? Because of zoning. The hotel application does not comply with zoning requirements. The lot's too small. Why is it even being considered? And do we need hotel rooms when 3 other hotels have recently closed in this area? Why should this be rejected? Well, there were some election promises made for affordable housing. How does a commercial tower fit in with this promise? Would this location not better serve Vancouver residents if affordable housing was created instead? And so how will this affect our community? Increased traffic, congestion, gridlock, noise, safety, environmental concerns. Contrary to Marcon's survey, I believe there will be a significant increase in all of these areas. How could it not with an additional 20 stories and a street side restaurant? Some of the current issues: loss of permit parking, constant deliveries, garbage trucks, scooters, delivery bikes, cars double parked, honking, tour buses stopped, double parked and idling, and noisy tourists already. A previous speaker and hotelier cautioned against the 24-hour traffic on streets and alleys generated by a hotel due to these deliveries, due to check-ins, check-outs. This will certainly make an impact. And how is all this noise going to allow residents to sleep at night? Now picture an additional up to 200 or possibly up to 600 people on the street as a result of a commercial hotel. How is this not going to impact our neighborhood? And will this hotel allow pets? So now add another up to 200 dogs in the area being walked? Will the hotel provide space for the needs of these pets? Why should this be rejected? Because of safety for all, especially seniors and children going back and forth to school. And by the way, there is another daycare on this street. Why should this be rejected? Because of proximity to Stanley Park. We've heard about our ecosystem there, how delicate that is. There's a community garden. The lagoon is very important to us and needs support. The bowling club, there's fields, there's pitch and putt, and wildlife. So in conclusion, I oppose this development as I believe it will destroy the very fabric of this neighborhood, not only west of Denham, but throughout all the downtown. Council, you have the power to make the right choice for our city. What kind of city do we want? One that caters to tourism only? There has to be a balance. Downtown Vancouver is a great community because people live here. I urge you to vote no to this application. And I will support candidates that reject this application in the upcoming election. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Sandra. Speaker number 47, Brianna Thomas.
Oh, I'm here.
Please go ahead.
Mayor, councillors, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Brianna, and I live a few blocks from 2030 Barclay. And I am part of the community movement asking you to reject this rezoning. My central message is simple. The proposal for this 2030 Barclay development is not a minor change or a routine project. It is a major departure from the city's planning framework enabled by after-the-fact policy changes in a location where the impacts to a residential neighborhood with large ecological park areas will be permanent. Vancouver's hotel shortage is real, but it does not justify policy adjustments for a project with unclear local benefit or precedent that could weaken residential protections. First, on process and policy, when this nearly 30-story hotel was first proposed, the city itself stated that it was not consistent with council-adopted policies. Rather than the project being revised to fit policy, policy was revised to fit the project. A new hotel development policy was adopted and later amended, creating a path for a proposal that would otherwise remain non-conforming. This reverses how planning is meant to work. Policies are supposed to guide rezonings, not be reshaped to enable them. Approving this signals that policy can bend around individual projects. Second, the scale of this uplift is extreme and the public benefit is unclear. On this site, the city had already approved a 10-story condominium that complied with the West End Community Plan and existing zoning. Today, the council is considering a 20-plus story, 200-plus room hotel with about 50% higher than permitted and roughly 450% excess of allowed floor space. This represents a significant increase in land value, I think you'll agree, for the developer. Retired architect and former city planning commissioner Michael Geller has called the uplift almost unconscionable. That is your own retired city planning commissioner, and questioned that what meaningful community benefit has been secured in return. Third, your own consultation has revealed substantial opposition and consistent concerns. More than 5,500 residents have signed a petition opposing this rezoning. Across this petition and city engagement channels, residents have raised the same issues: traffic, congestion, spillover parking, construction impacts, ongoing noise, loss of privacy, sunlight and livability, not to mention environmental impacts without environmental surveys, as well as there was a previous, in one of the previous meetings, someone even brought up the fact that homeowners have bought their properties following the rules of the city and have expected that these same rules would be followed by developers and will lose substantial value on their properties by having this development immediately put up beside them. I live nearby. This is a calm residential corner and a gateway to Stanley Park. Turning into the front driveway of a huge hotel would permanently change the daily lived experience of the neighborhood. Fourth, while the hotel shortage is real, it does not make this project appropriate. A citywide need does not justify any hotel at any scale in any location. The West End needs most is secure housing and predictable planning framework, and this project delivers neither. Finally, the precedent. Approving this rezoning signals that similar height and density uplifts can be pursued elsewhere, with policy adjusted to accommodate them. Once that door is opened, it is very difficult to close. And in closing, your own staff initially said this proposal does not conform to council-approved policy. More than 5,500 of your constituents to whom you are accountable have formally opposed it. The uplift in scale and value is extreme, and the public benefit remains unclear, if not questionable for actually doing damage. Please reject this rezoning for 2030 Barclay and direct staff to bring forward hotel policies in appropriate locations without sacrificing the livability and integrity of residential neighborhoods. I am completely in support of a hotel in the same area if it is actually in the same rezoning policies that were proposed before this new unconscionable development was brought forth. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Brianna. Speaker number 48 has withdrawn. Speaker number 49, Cheyenne Yo. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly.
Speaker 49 is not on the line.
Speaker number 50, Monica Edel.
I'm here.
Please go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Monica Edel. I've lived in the West End for 17 years near this proposed development project, and I am opposed to it. I'm a senior, and as you know well, there is a high population of seniors west of Denman Street. We are really struggling to understand how this large commercial project can be proposed for this neighborhood. The West End plan does not include this type of development. We trusted that plan when deciding where to live. Many of us made our homes here because of the walkability, so we can walk to buy food, to go to the community center, the park, the drugstore. And although it might take us a bit longer, we can even get to these places when we are using a walker or a cane. Did you know that at certain times of the day it is getting difficult to cross Nelson Street at both Guildford and Chilco if you are slow, using a walker or a cane? It's not a low-volume street. We don't understand how the traffic generated by this project could possibly work in our neighborhood. I listened to last week's council meeting on this proposal. I listened to Alan Ferris, who has years of experience in managing large hotels. He articulated what we are all thinking. So much traffic would be generated by this project. I'm sure it would compromise safety. Many of us would lose the safe, comfortable enjoyment of our neighborhood. I also listened to the original City Hall meeting on this issue. I did not hear a coherent plan for traffic at all. What is the plan for traffic? A plan that would accommodate this large proposed hotel on these narrow streets and a dead-end alley. Lastly, I don't understand why there's been no public consultation at a time accessible to seniors in our own neighborhood. A lot of us have had trouble accessing the material on the city pages. We've had no chance to really understand and discuss with city planners, in particular the issue of traffic. This huge project, which would have such a huge impact, seems like it's being rushed through at lightning speed, bending all sorts of rules along the way, and possibly opening up the city of Vancouver to legal cases against it, which of course means taxpayers will foot the bill for bad and rushed planning. This proposed development should be turned down. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for calling in. Our next speaker, 51, is Charles Cooper.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Charles Cooper. I'm a Vancouver resident raising 3 young children in this city and a local business owner in the television production industry. I'm calling in to voice my support for the proposed mixed hotel project at 2030 Barclay Street. I know it has been a lengthy hearing over multiple days, so I'll endeavor to keep my comments brief and focused. Thank you for allowing me the time. Vancouver's film and television industry is a fairly significant driver of our city and region's economy, and accommodating crews and talent is a critical part of that success. Our industry brings in crews and talent from around the world, and their stays vary widely. Some are here for a few weeks, some others for several months, and so we rely on a mix of short-term and extended stay options to properly support that workforce. Right now, Vancouver has limited purpose-built options for these kinds of serviced stays, which inevitably drives our costs up. Like much of our local economy these days, cost escalation is a real challenge right now for our business and industry. This project helps address that. I understand this proposal includes 248 rooms, with roughly 75% offered as service hotel apartments and the remaining as traditional short-term stay. That flexibility is exactly what our industry needs. It allows for visiting professionals on the same project to stay in one location, utilizing the same transportation, etc., while accommodating different lengths of stay. This helps us control costs and remain competitive against our counterparts globally. The on-site amenities also really matter. When people are working long hours for weeks at a time, having access to the type of amenities this proposal offers are non-negotiable. Vancouver's film industry depends on infrastructure to keep up pace in a globally competitive industry. I hope Council recognizes the merits of this application and votes to move this forward. Thank you for the opportunity to share.
Thanks for calling in. Speaker 52 is Leslie Silverman. Welcome. Go right ahead.
Good morning. I am a resident of the West End, and I am opposed to the proposal. First, let me thank you all for the work you do and the opportunity to speak with you this morning. We are nearing the end of the presentations by citizens, at which, like you, I've listened to facts, concerns, descriptions of potential contradictions, which have carefully been brought forward to our attention by knowledgeable professionals and by neighborhood residents. This morning, I ask your indulgence while I focus on a less obvious aspect of the proposed development, and that is the loss of the sacred in ordinary life. Sounds bizarre and far-fetched, perhaps. Recently, I visited Cardiff in Wales and Edinburgh in Scotland, two old cities on the planet, likely older than Vancouver. What did I take away? What was meaningful to me was the atmosphere, feeling the preserved beating heart of these places inside the adjacent residential areas. It isn't that these houses and apartment buildings were grandiose castles or extraordinarily unique. Some of them did not have signature Scottish or Welsh architectures at all and weren't particularly old, but they looked and felt like they belonged there, next to the quiet green spaces of parks and streams, next to the rabbit warrens, next to the path that would quietly take them and us back to the waves in the water, thereby maintaining the sensation of a magical city by the sea. At night, in idle chatter at pubs, and being a bit of a notorious busybody, I asked folks about the neighborhoods next to the ocean that they refer to as off the main. As one would suspect, there are strict regulations about keeping within the parameters of the look and feel of the place. So you know you're in Cardiff in Scotland, whether a new residential apartment in the neighborhood or a commercial space on the main. And I came back home to wonder, why can't we have parameters like this? Does it feel like it belongs in this historic hood by the sea, in building materials, in proposed height, in purpose and suggested functions? It's not good enough to answer unilaterally, it meets codes and building statutes. We need to also ask, does it belong with the suggested height and functions? Or is this an example of the West End on the brink of losing its sacredness as the magic path to water, forest, and mountains that it has always been for residents and visitors alike? I could be making a mountain out of a molehill. This inquiry is about allowable regulations on one building, not magic or sacredness. And I say, go talk to the Welsh and the Scots. We are on the path of beginning to diminish an old residential neighborhood that has protected the sacred feeling of the town by the sea forever, next door to the most glorious and famous park in all of Canada. May we never take it for granted. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. I also thank you for your work on our behalf.
Thank you for coming in to speak. Speaker 53 is Ilya Nemrovsky. Okay. Speaker 54 is Ajier Siduki. Ajier Siduki.
I'm here.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Hi, good morning, City Council. My name's Ajier. I use she, her pronouns. I'm a Capricorn, and I'm here to speak in support of the 2030 Barclay Street project. First of all, the renderings, stunning. Finally, a building expensive enough to justify how expensive everything already is. That's called alignment. Vancouver's brand is luxury now, and as someone who shops exclusively at Whole Foods, I find that spiritually affirming. Also, I love this revitalization framing. The West End was dying for a rebrand, and for the people worried about more tourists, don't worry. They'll be the right tourists. The kind who stay in $1,200 a night ocean view suites for long-term stays. Basically Airbnb, but for people who would never use Airbnb. Yes, there will be noise. There will be traffic. But that's a small price to pay for this level of prestige, especially if you're not the one paying it. Plus, my favorite influencer and guru says the traffic just means the area is totally thriving. Now, I know some people have raised concerns, things like What about public benefit? Or what about the herons? Or this will impact the daily lived experience of everyone in the neighborhood. And look, I hear you. I just think those are very glass half empty perspectives. Because yes, the herons may have to leave. But have they considered Burnaby? I hear Kamloops is lovely in the fall. And honestly, it would be unfair if wildlife were the only ones not subjected to renoviction. I also read the developer's brochure, and it mentioned eco-friendly sprinklers or something. So basically, net zero. I'm not a scientist, but I feel very strongly about this. Also, replacing trees with concrete is actually an improvement. Unlike trees, concrete is reliable. So if anything, this project is more structurally sound than the flood. Besides, green is very out this season, and Gray is having a major moment. People keep saying this project isn't sustainable, but that's so wrong. It's totally sustainable for the people who can sustain it. When I walk down Robson Street and I see a secondhand shop which between a Lululemon and a Lululemon, it totally ruins the vibe. A 26-story glass tower, though, that's going to look incredible on Instagram. And that's what really matters. And honestly, if we keep doing this, eventually no one will say Vancouver is unaffordable because no one will actually be living here. Problem solved. I also want to thank the council for keeping such an open mind, especially when presented with such a beautiful PowerPoint. That kind of presentation takes vision to appreciate. And clearly you have it. Because at the end of the day, it takes real vision to look at a city in a housing crisis and say, what if? A hotel. Progress doesn't have to feel fair, you know. It doesn't have to sound good or benefit anyone currently living in the affected area, but it should look amazing on a brochure and serve people who are already wealthy. Trickle up, baby. Thank you so much. And if anyone wants to carpool to the groundbreaking ceremony, I'll be in my Prius. I'm aware of the irony, but it's one of the few things people in Vancouver can actually afford. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Speaker number 55, Rasheed Rafier.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Ajier Rafier. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I'm here to speak in support of the proposed rezoning for the project at 2030 Barclay Street. Metro Vancouver, and particularly City of Vancouver, is experiencing a significant loss of economic opportunity because it cannot meet the real demand created by a growing tourism industry. Vancouver faces a critical hotel room shortage. Room supply has effectively stalled since 2002, while demand has continued to surge, resulting in extremely high occupancies in the range of 80 to 95%. This capacity crunch is projected to lead to tens of billions of dollars in lost economic output, substantial impacts on GDP, and the loss of well over 100,000 jobs by 2050. High accommodation costs are already driving away major events and visitors from our city. And the city is estimated to need roughly 10,000 new hotel rooms by 2050 to remain competitive as a global destination. We have seen closure of Four Seasons, Empire Landmark Hotel, and Coast Plaza Hotel in our city, which put more pressure on supply of short-term rooms. I understand that the subjected site has been built and operated as a rental place and then as a hotel since 1959, currently as Roseland Suites. Its proximity to Stanley Park and English Bay make it an ideal location for visitors who want to enjoy our city and experience the natural setting much like a local. The site is also surrounded by existing residential towers to the north east, and south, meaning that taller building forms is already part of the immediate context of the neighborhood from 1950s. Hotel and visitors are already part of the social fabric of this site. There is a long history for this site operating as a commercial hotel in that location. I also understand that any development will be destructive to the neighbors for the duration of construction. The current building is old at the end of its lifespan and in desperate need for redevelopment. The new development can bring new life and energy to this pocket of West End. Mixing hotel and residential or hotel with office zones are not a new phenomenon. In Yaletown, we have similar mix of hotel and residential successfully implemented. In other cities across the world, such as New York, London, Chicago, Miami, Tokyo, Seoul, etc., we have hotel mix with residential and office zones. For clarity, the residential zones that I'm referring to are apartments, not single-family residential. The proposed project, thoughtfully designed by Henriquez Architect and recommended by city staff, carefully considers both the Vancouver skyline and the local streetscape, as well as the project overall effect on the neighborhood. While the proposal included 27-story tower, the carefully articulated podium at the street level creates a welcoming human-scale frontage which a restaurant and lounge is located. This will provide an attractive, active public edge and a natural place for visitors and locals to interact. Above the podium, the tower form is designed to relate to and align with the neighboring buildings, which are 20 to 22 stories high, and they are built in 1950 to 1960, allowing it to blend into the existing urban fabric rather than stand out intrusively, while also giving visitors the opportunity to enjoy viewing the Stanley Park and English Bay. Council's direction to add hotel supply without converting existing housing to hotel use is a clever and balanced approach. In this context, replacing an aging hotel like Roslyn Suite with a modern, high-capacity hotel can revitalize the area, bring new life to the street, and support local businesses, create sustainable jobs for locals, while maintaining
And sorry,
the site's
Rasheed, I
long-standing
apologize.
role.
You're at time. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you so much
Thank
for
you
the
for speaking.
opportunity.
Great. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Speaker number 56, Jonathan Petrov.
Not on the line.
Speaker number 57, Rob Grant.
I have some images to pass around. So good morning. My name is Rob Grant, and I'm opposed to this proposal. I'm a retired architect living at 2055 Pendrell Street, a 26-story residential tower 3 blocks from the proposed hotel. My building has a floor space ratio of approximately 3.8. The West End Community Plan allows us to replace our surface parking with underground parking and infill buildings, which could raise our floor space ratio to about 5. I produced 2 figures, which I guess have just been handed out to you. The first being a planned view of parts of the West End, west of Denman neighborhood, with building heights and estimated floor space ratios for a number of buildings. Whether high-rise or low-rise, most of these buildings have a floor space ratio of less than 4. Well, there are about 6 with floor space ratios of about 5.5 and 1 with a floor space ratio of 6.8. Contrast that with the proposed hotel, which comes in at a floor space ratio of 12.75. This is the kind of density that is being built along the Robson, Alberni, and Burrard Thurlow corridors. Beside the so-called urban frame on the northern and eastern edges of the West End, the purpose of this higher density was to take development pressure off the main body of the West End, which is primarily zone RM5B. I have no problem with modest hotels in our neighborhood, as there are already 3 west of Denman, including the Rosellen, and wouldn't mind thoughtful additions to this building. Council's new policy for hotels, however, allows for them to be located throughout the city, but on neighborhood high streets. And that is where major hotels in the West End, such as this, have been and should continue to be, not residential streets such as Barclay. It has been 13 years since Council passed the West End Community Plan. Some of the money accruing to the city from the new development was to go into the revitalization of Denman Street as the West End's main street. A revitalized Denman Street would be anchored by a new community center with a larger earthquake-resistant high school. A few years ago, I was on a community design panel tasked with reviewing 3 lackluster and poorly resolved scenarios presented by city staff. I felt then, and I still feel, that 2 residential towers could have been included in the program that would have been functionally, urbanistically, and financially symbiotic, and which could have been a catalyst for kickstarting this important project. Yet there is no indication of any progress now or in the distant future. The last image shows how one of these towers, the one at the corner of Denman and Harrow, could be a significant hotel. Planners should be administering bylaws and working to achieve the goals of community plans while being on the lookout for opportunities such as this to follow through on council policies to find more hotel space. They should not be supporting proposals such as the Barclay Hotel, which give windfall profits to developers and which are in contradiction of those bylaws and plans. I urge you as our elected representatives to reject this proposal.
Great. Thank you very much. Speaker number 58, Anastasia Stoliarova. And I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name.
Not on the line.
Okay, great. Thank you. Speaker number 59, Russell Wong.
No.
Speaker number 60 is withdrawn. Speaker number 61, Jason Musbarian.
No, not on the line.
Speaker number 62, Lorraine Lowe.
No.
Speaker number 63, Thomas Bouvier.
No.
Speaker number 64, Lucas Pete.
Not on the line.
Speaker number 65, Gretchen Harlo.
Hi, I'm Gretchen Harlo. I'm a resident of the West End, and I am speaking against the proposed rezoning. I'm speaking to formally challenge the outreach summary provided by the applicant Marcon regarding the proposed development at 2030 Barclay Street. While the applicant touts 40-plus touch points as evidence of a robust community dialogue, a bit closer examination reveals the strategy rooted in passive notification rather than meaningful engagement. Here are some points that highlight fundamental failures in the applicant's outreach process. First failure, confusing notification with engagement. The applicant's tally of 40-plus touch points is artificially inflated. It counts statutory requirements and one-way broadcasts as active consultation. The letters delivered to the public in December 2024 and again in 2025, and the posters placed in the West End Community Center were passive notifications. Posting a flyer on a bulletin board does not constitute a touch point of dialogue. It's a one-way broadcast. To frame these as successful community engagement misleads council on the level of actual neighborhood contact and buy-in. Second failure is about stakeholder prioritization. The timeline reveals a clear bias toward industry groups over residents who will actually live in the shadow of this 25-story tower. In the 9 months between February 2025 and October 2025, the applicant focused almost exclusively on tourism industry and BIA. These are pro-development stakeholders with no lived interest in the block's livability. The actual neighborhood group, Stop 2030 Barclay, was not engaged till November 2025, nearly a year after the process began and after a city-led virtual open house. So engaging the most impacted neighbors at the 11th hour is not a consultation. It's a presentation of a finished product. The most telling evidence of an outreach failure is the February 2026 Information Center session. There was zero public attendance. Despite the claim of 40-plus prior touch points, the applicant's recent briefing saw a total lack of community attendance. This is a clear indicator of ineffective communication. If the community felt their voices were being heard or that the session was accessible and well publicized, the room would not have been empty. The session was a box-ticking exercise, and it was held way too late to influence the actual proposal. And lastly, meaningful outreach must include the primary stakeholders of adjacent public lands. As of late February 2026, the Vancouver Park Board expressed public frustration regarding the lack of formal briefing on the project's ecological and shadow impacts on Stanley Park. If a major civic body feels excluded from the 40-plus touch points, the outreach process has fundamentally failed to address the most significant neighbor to the site. In conclusion, a developer can send 1,000 letters, but if those letters do not result in a two-way dialogue that shapes the project's massing, height, or shadow profile, the outreach is mostly marketing. I urge Council to refer this application back to City Planning and the applicant. What we need is a genuine, resident-focused engagement process that prioritizes the neighborhood's concerns over industry group endorsements. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Gretchen. Speaker number 66, Wendy Sarissian.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Dr. Wendy Sarissian. I am a senior planner, professional ethicist, and life fellow of the Planning Institute of Australia with 40 professional awards in community planning. I have lived at 1999 Nelson Street around the corner from this hotel for 5 years. Until last week, I lived at Rose Ellen Suites, the tiny 4-story hotel now on this site. My apartment building's elevator has been broken for a year, and I was awaiting a hip replacement, so my building management moved me around the corner to this hotel for 9 months. For 9 months, I watched Barclay Street and the laneway behind it, early mornings, late at night, weekdays and weekends in all weather. I am trained to assess environments, and I have observed this one very closely. Even with the existing small hotel, the local system is already strained. You are being asked to replace it with a 250-room hotel on the same small footprint and to pretend that the street and the laneway can absorb it. They cannot. Here are 4 main reasons. First, the laneway reality. Behind this site is a narrow, confined, congested laneway already carrying more than it can bear. Along this eastern end are multiple underground parking garages, at least 3 separate access points, all feeding cars in and out of the same tight space. Ted North Lane is only about 6 meters of carriageway. It already serves roughly a dozen apartment buildings, several underground garages, garbage and recycling deliveries, service vehicles, and resident parking. This short eastern stretch has space for only 8 to 10 parked vehicles and is already functioning at capacity. There is no spare capacity. It is physically tiny and functionally full. Today, residents back in and out of the lane, deliveries come in, and people walk, wheel, and cycle through. Even with the current small hotel, drivers inch past each other, trying not to hit pedestrians. Now, add what this proposal implies: hotel guests and diners' cars, taxis, Uber and Lyft and service vehicles, recycling and garbage, and for at least 3 years, maybe 4, construction traffic and trades. You will be pouring all that traffic into a back alley that can barely cope with what it has now. This laneway is not this project's savior. Second, the scale of hotel traffic. Barclay Street is a narrow residential street with narrow sidewalks. A hotel of 250 rooms typically generates 6 to 8 vehicle trips per room per day. That is roughly 1,500 to 2,000 vehicle movements every day. Today, you have a tiny boutique hotel and the network is already creaking. Tomorrow, you're being asked to approve a high turnover machine in its place. Third, the ride haul reality. Uber and Lyft drivers already refuse to pick up passengers on Barclay Street. I don't know if you know this, but I know this because it is too narrow and congested. Passengers must meet them in the laneway behind the building. I have stood in that lane in the dark and the rain waiting for a car to edge its way in. So the future is just not more traffic on Barclay Street. It is traffic plus ride hail plus service vehicles in the laneway, all maneuvering around garage entrances, bins, bicycles, trucks, and people on foot. There is nowhere for this extra movement to go except into conflict, horns, frustration, near misses, and eventually crashes. Fourth is the impact on vulnerable users. I believe that previous speakers have handled that issue very well. I urge council to reject this rezoning. The existing zoning makes sense. You foresaw proposals like this when you prohibited them. The laneway is too narrow, congested, and already overloaded. Barclay Street is too narrow.
Dr. Sarkissian, I'm sorry, we're at time. Thank you very much for your comments today, Doctor. Speaker number 67, Brennan Daw.
'67 is not on the line.
68, Eric Helman. They are represented. Okay.
There's one here, Mr. Satov. There should be 2 online. I've actually got 4 others online, but
Okay.
Can you check?
If you can just give us 1 moment, please.
Please take your time.
Thank you very much.
It's a cumbersome process.
Yeah, we just want to make sure we follow the
appreciate that.
policy. Thank you. Thank you,
Entirely.
Mr. Helman.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, if you can please just state your name for the record.
Vicky O'Brien,
Thank you.
and I'm having Eric Helman speak on my behalf.
Great, thank you very much.
Speaker number 68.
And there's one more.
Linda Rafflub,
Awesome. Thank
and
you.
I give Eric Helman permission. Yes.
Awesome. Thank you very much. You have up to 8 minutes.
Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you.
I'm going to run, so please bear with me. First, thank you, Mayor, Council, and staff for all your hard work on behalf of your city. It often goes unacknowledged. My name is Eric Helman. For me, this hearing is about more than simply supporting or opposing this project. It's about finding ways to have more hotel space and keeping our community livable. My family has lived in this area since the mid-1960s. 3 generations have lived here, including myself, and what we know is that this area is very special. It has one of the highest population densities of any area in Vancouver. It is also one of the best to live in. So what makes it so livable? First, it's a residential neighborhood. There are only 4 businesses in this area, from a 60-seat restaurant to the Sylvia Hotel. As a result, this area is quiet and has very low traffic. It's safe for thousands of seniors to walk to stores, the library, community center, coffee shops, and restaurants on Denman. Yet it's also attracting many young families for the same reason. Every day, I walk past parents and grandparents with baby strollers and young children on the streets. This area is also livable because of the way it was built. We have original homes, plus many 3- and 4-story buildings, some 10- and 15-story, and yes, some tall ones too. Yet it has never felt like a jungle because of how the city planned it. Most tall buildings were built around the edges of the area, at the ends of streets. As a result, they're not too close together, and they don't block the views of most other buildings. That allows people like my own 94-year-old mother, who also lives here, to have views through her windows. This may sound like a small thing, but it's actually huge, because due to her age and mobility, she's housebound. Yet because of the mostly low and medium-rise buildings around her, she can see the sky, the sun, and the sunsets. And that's what makes it so livable for so many others here. Our views of sky, English Bay, Stanley Park, the mountains, and the city refill us every day. Unfortunately, the Marcon Hotel Tower will block that for many people. At 272 feet, it will be the tallest building west of Denman, and equivalent to 30 stories here because our older buildings have smaller floor heights. Therefore, this tower built mid-block is going to reduce views for thousands of people. I've counted at least 20 buildings be affected. Another issue is how close buildings are to each other. This location already has the highest density of buildings in the West End. Within 50 to 300 feet from 2030 Barclay are a 16-story, a 20-story, a 22-story, and a 23-story building. Yet the Marcon Tower will be 60 to 125 feet still taller than these ones are. With so many tall buildings close together, this one, I think, will cross a line. This project will start to create the feeling of an urban jungle in this area, just what the city has avoided for 60 years. There's one more conflict with the city priority. Recently, we received a postcard reducing the local speed limit and asking people to improve safety, make streets more comfortable, and promote people-friendly streets. Great idea. Well, we already have that. But introducing a large commercial operation like a 248-room hotel is going to do just the opposite. By bringing in more cars, taxis, Ubers, Amazon, couriers, food service deliveries, restaurant visitors, and more. Now, I don't simply want to oppose this project because I also want to propose what might work here, how we can all win because we're all part of this city, for heaven's sakes. So here goes. First, when Marcon proposed a 10-story condo in 2018, no one opposed it because we can handle that kind of height. So what about considering a 10 or 11-story hotel instead? That would still create almost 4 times more hotel rooms at this location, and the community might support it. Second, rather than pack hundreds of hotel rooms into this dense residential community, what if we spread them across a slightly larger area? What if the city identified all hotels east of Denman and worked with them to expand if interested? And then asked real estate agents and developers to identify other good sites for hotels on main roads as well. I believe we can create those 10,000 hotel rooms you want well before 2050. We already have 5,800 in the development pipeline. but we can do it in a way that keeps our neighborhood quiet and safe too. Third, when I told my mother about this proposal, she said, "Oh my, that's the thin edge of the wedge, isn't it? If this goes through, then every other developer will find a way to do that too, and that will be the wet end of the West End." That's somebody who's experienced it for 60 years. I know you say that won't happen, that this is an isolated case because of the existing hotel. But priorities and policies can easily get changed. And with this precedent, other developers will try to go around local zoning and plans too. If you approve this as is, you will go against what this community has said it wants. Even though the hotel policy itself says these rezoning policies apply citywide except in areas that have recently approved community plans, e.g. the West End plan. You will also send out a message that developers can do whatever they like anywhere in the city, regardless of what residents want. And I think that's a mistake. Marcon, and I speak to Marcon wherever you are, your company has a reputation as a trusted builder. You have strong values like partnership and bringing people together. Your website says we are stewards of community. Well, please don't go against these now and harm your own reputation with just this one building. Thousands of your neighbors in this community are saying this proposal does not work here. So let's together find something that actually does. And finally, council and staff, I'd ask you to think about where you live right now. What if someone proposed a 30-story equivalent building, maybe even a hotel, in your neighborhood? How would you react? Well, that's just how we have in this area to this proposal. Please don't lose the public's support, your support, on a project that will yield only perhaps 150 more rooms, more than we could have with a smaller building. Please do not approve the zoning changes at this time, but give Marcon and the community time to find something that works for everyone. Let's set a different precedent of working together to create hotel space, meet city priorities, and protect neighborhoods across Vancouver. I wish I could have brought photos as well, but I wasn't allowed to. If anybody would like to see through the eyes of my mother and others, I'd be happy to provide them. And thank you for this time.
Great. Thank you very much, Eric. Speaker number 69, Patrick Murphy.
Good morning, Mayor Sim and council and city staff. My name is Patrick Murphy and I live in the West End. I'm appearing before you today with a specific lens. My career has been in hotel finance, holding senior roles at some of the major hotels both in Toronto and Vancouver. I know how hotels work and how they make money, and I know when a plan doesn't add up. The story of this site feels like a plan B that's got out of hand. Several years ago, as we've heard earlier, the developer bought the site and had the tiny, that is now the 24-suite Rose Ellen Suites. They got approval to replace it with a 10-story condo. We've heard this earlier, but the condo market has cooled off. So Marcon looked at Rose Ellen and said, well, it's already a hotel. But is it? It's suites, right? But we'll say it's a hotel. Let's leverage the new hotel development policy and build the biggest hotel tower we can possibly do. It has now become a bit of a Tower of Babel, a massive project being pushed forward regardless of any financial reality. The Marcon plans are very simple. 248 rooms, a licensed bar, restaurant, a rooftop pool with a party patio to top it all off. The assumption is if we build it, we know Vancouver Short hotel rooms, they will come. But as an experienced hotel finance person, I see red flags. First, seasonality. Vancouver is a very seasonal market. This location is far from the downtown core. From October to May, a hotel this size will be a ghost town. The suite myth, as in suites. The developer mentions long-term stays, suites to fill in gaps. We've seen this fail before. Coast Plaza tried it over a decade and ended up with exactly one long-term resident in a suite. It's now a rental building, which may be Marcon's long-term game plan as well, but without a pesky zoning requirements later. The developer implies a smaller hotel would not be profitable. This is not true. Some of Vancouver's most successful iconic hotels, like the Wedgwood, the Sylvia, the Loden, the Opus, all have less than 120 rooms. You don't need to be twice that size to be successful. You just need to be right in your location. When it comes to arrivals and departures, let's talk about how guests will actually get there. Imagine guests arriving at YVR. They take the Canada line, they get off at Roundhouse and hop on a crowded Davie Street bus and then wheel their luggage 3 blocks down a narrow residential street sidewalk. Yes? Nope. They will arrive by taxi, rentals, Uber, shuttles, or tour buses. We are looking at over 500 people a day moving through a quiet residential neighborhood in summer heat, most likely. Traffic. Denman is already a bottleneck for the North Shore and Stanley Park. Spilling hotels traffic onto Robson, Davie, Barclay, and Nelson will only make matters worse. Deliveries. I've heard Marcon say the delivery flow of hotel supplies and services will be similar to what's currently at the Rosellen. That's absolutely impossible. You cannot service a 248-room hotel with the same footprint as a 24-room B&B. Noise. In the summer, in this area particularly, windows are open. The noise from patio restaurant and rooftop pool party patio, plus late arrivals, will make sleeping conditions horrendous for the people who live close by. In summary, a hotel's business is hospitality. But there's nothing hospitable or neighborly about this proposal. It ignores the West End community plan and ignores the reality of people.
I'm sorry, we're at time.
Thank you.
Sorry, thank you very much. Speaker number 70, Marie-Pierre Martin.
Number 70 is not on the line.
Speaker number 71, Gary McDonald.
Good morning, Mayor.
We can hear you. Please go
Can you
ahead.
hear me? Excellent. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you for this time to address the rezoning. My name is Gary McDonald. I live in the West End, and I oppose this rezoning. For more than 30 years, I've worked internationally as a community engagement expert, either reviewing or creating effective engagement and consultation programs, particularly for complex or controversial projects. That work has included working for the City of Vancouver, running its consultation program for the controversial Whitecaps downtown proposal that was ultimately rejected by the city. It also included guiding the proponent's engagement program for the conversion of the Fraser lands from brownfield site to new city neighborhood. I remember through that time, a former co-director of planning telling quite a number of development proponents who faced significant community criticism that they should re-engage with the communities and give council additional time to fully consider a revised proposal. Over the last meetings, we've heard the supply-based argument that Vancouver needs hotels, that the project has responded to consultation, and that council approval of the project would make it financially viable. Supply should not override policy. Saying no to this rezoning is not an argument against development on this site. You've heard repeatedly that the community previously supported the proponent's proposal to build housing in a tower. That was a project that fit with the community plan. If council approves the rezoning, despite multiple policy conflicts, it signals that policies are negotiable. It also introduces risk. Approving scale before engineering solutions are resolved creates future implementation risk. Approving a tower at the gateway to Stanley Park before Park Board review introduces institutional risk. The volume and intensity of engagement signals that this project is being seen as a test of whether community plans matter. We've heard many speakers point out that the proposal only works because multiple policies are being relaxed simultaneously. This is not a policy-compliant project. It's a request for a discretionary override proposed to give the developer an economically feasible project. Several speakers framed this clearly. The site can be developed under existing zoning. The rezoning is required only to maximize commercial returns. I ask council to either reject this rezoning application or at the very least, send it back to the drawing board to reduce risk for the city and neighborhood and for the proponent to truly engage the community. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Speaker number 72, Gary Durban.
Wait for the clock. Hi, Council and Mayor. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Gary Durban. I've been a resident of the West End of Denman for 36 years. My mother and my grandmother were also West End residents. Before I mention my opposition to this project, do you think Council could pass a motion for me to get a lifetime salary because I'm a third-gen West End? Do you think that's possible? Just joking. I am in opposition to this project, or at the very least, after many critical issues brought up during this hearing, I'd ask for a deferral, as it is clear that more time and clarity is needed for an impartial decision to be made. Understanding and respecting the development agenda of this administration, I'd like to point out how the city's response to some of those critical issues is raising questions about the potential apprehension of bias. Here are some examples. When asked about the status of the Rosalind operation as a non-conforming short-term and long-term accommodation, the city provided a wrong interpretation, suggesting its use as a hotel was lawful before 1987. The city also showed lack of information and preparedness when asked by councillors about it at the public hearing on February 19th. City archives show how, on the contrary, the city determined its lawfulness and allowed its non-conforming operation, all based on the fact it was never a hotel. This remains very confusing, with no clear answer from the city, raising questions about the application of a hotel development policy in this case, in particular when the city has stated in several occasions that it supersedes any other plan and policy. It's been proven through this hearing and was communicated to some councillors prior to the public hearing that community engagement efforts by the applicant have been extremely weak and misleading. Still, the city, knowing this, defended those efforts, labeling them as above and beyond. No impact assessment on how this will affect Stanley Park has been provided to the Parks Board, as Commissioner Brennan stated. To date, there is no indication that the city is addressing this issue. The referral report and other considerations signal significant issues that would make this project risky and not feasible. Still, the city is moving forward with no pause. The issues, among others, include issues raised by the engineering department, consolidation with adjacent properties needed to be explored, which the applicant did not pursue, limiting future developability of neighboring sites. The only traffic impact assessment being considered was by the applicant. Other seismic ecological issues, water shaft being constructed just down the street, and when questions about the application being submitted way before hotel policy was public, the response from some city reps has been that either silence or labeling the community's question as a conspiracy theory. The project also contradicts the recommendations of that report that suggests boutique hotels in the West End, Stanley Park area as 6 to 8 story buildings. The applicant goes on to state that it's a boutique hotel. This is not correct. It is worth remembering that a 10-story residential building by the same developer went through the Development Permit Board process in 2018. It was recommended by staff for approval. Pre-sales had already started. While there's no opposition to the general arguments of the need for hotels, the economic benefits of tourism or development as progress, the city keeps pointing out the need for hotels and the Destination Vancouver report when asked about those critical issues in Shape Your City. Because of the above and other responses by the city, there's a perception that despite all of these critical issues signaling the need for a pause, the city is moving forward and we feel rushing the process. If council approves this application, the message is that any community plan can be overridden sufficiently when sufficiently motivated applicant finds a policy exception or a gray area to exploit, and that there is a very fine line between legitimate political agenda and biased behavior. Council, please vote no or defer this decision until conditions for an impartial judgment are clear for all parties. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gary. Speaker number 73 has withdrawn. Speaker number 74, Mark Bernett. Not there. Okay. Speaker number 75, David Nelson Malm.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is David Malm. I live in the West End. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today to the proposed rezoning of 2030 Barclay Street in the West End of Vancouver, which I oppose. The reasons are many and already well elucidated by others, such as misrepresentation of the West End, west of Denman, and adjacent to Stanley Park as quote-unquote city core. It is not. As already stated, this rezoning application is incompatible with current zoning, disregards the West End community plan, downplays seismic risk, ignores the negative ecological impact while awaiting an impact statement requested by the Park Board, and trivializes its radical departure from the nature of the neighborhood. Some councils simply need not to mess things up. Other councils at key points must make city-altering decisions. This is the latter. Let me finish by reminding Mayor and Council of how the West End was saved by your forebears. Blessed but also confined by geography, the West End, with its handsome homes and lanes wide enough for horse-drawn carriages, the streets west of Denman became stressed with the building of the Lionsgate Bridge as commuters clogged those streets trying to get onto the causeway. Life became intolerable in the West End, with some 10,000 vehicles flooding the streets daily, trying to get onto the bridge causeway. Prodded perhaps by his mother, who lived on Chilco Street, it was Mayor Art Phillips who pushed for traffic calming with the creation of parklets west of Denman to stop the traffic chaos. It took several council terms, but it got done. The daily traffic count went from 10 to 1,000, and the West End by Stanley Park became the West End of today. It was restored to a walking, biking jewel of a livable neighborhood that it is to this day. Remember, this was the era of freeway mania, deliberate removal of transit tracks, and the fever dreams of Levittowns across North America. Vancouver proper resisted. Council, balance the need for hotels in the city core proper, which does not include the residential streets adjacent to Stanley Park, with the preservation of this unique region of Vancouver west of Denman. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Great, thank you very much. Speaker number 76, Jim Elliott. Speaker number 77, Stephen Nicholson.
Hello.
Hello, please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Stephen Nicholson. I've lived in the West End almost going on 30 years, and certainly want to oppose this development. The footprint that they're causing in such a narrow corridor just doesn't seem to be a viable option for hotel space in the city. We have no connection to sort of bus services or train services in that location. And as several people have mentioned already, the traffic flow would just not be accountable to, living situations currently in the West End. It's sort of a choke point, as several people have pointed out. So that's kind of what I wanted to add to the mix. I think everyone that has been speaking in opposition has done a great job, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 78, John Fraser Gregg. Speaker number 79, Talia Yudson. Speaker number 80, Robert Ospich. Speaker number 81 is withdrawn. Speaker number 82 is withdrawn. Speaker number 83, 83, Royce Schwinn.
Speaker 83 is not on the line.
Speaker number 84, Lucy Honey Ray. Speaker number 85 is withdrawn. Speaker number 86, Joshua D.
Not on the line.
Speaker number 87, Michael McCarthy.
No.
Speaker number 88 has withdrawn. Speaker number 89, Quiel Cadden.
Not on the line.
Speaker number 90, Azim Muhammad. Hi.
Good morning, Mayor Sim and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Azim Muhammad. I'm a Vancouver resident and live within walking distance of the subject site. I represent the owners of 2010 Barclay Street, a privately owned rental property held by our family for over 40 years. I am speaking in opposition of the rezoning as proposed. Many speakers have already addressed the issues of livability, traffic, and ecological impacts this development might have. As an immediate neighbor to the subject site, I would like to focus on an equally important issue: fairness and certainty. These are what long-term housing providers rely on when making decisions that span decades and sometimes generations. At some point in this process, an assumption was made that our site, despite being a corner site, was never intended to be redeveloped. This assumption is completely inaccurate. It was our understanding that the development of 2030 Barclay Street would not inhibit our future redevelopment rights. The scale and permanence of this impact only became clear when we reviewed the city's own report. We are not opposed to development. However, we are opposed to one development eliminating the lawful rights of others. I have 4 brief points to share in my remarks today. First, the proposal creates a permanent loss of lawful redevelopment rights, not for 1, but for 2 rental housing sites. The city's own report explicitly states that the proposed tower, form, and setbacks create conditions where the maximum conditional heights and densities under current, existing RM5B zoning are no longer achievable for 2010 and 2040 Barclay. City diagrams further show setbacks extending over more than 60% of our site and 100% for 2040 Barclay Street, effectively precluding development to what current zoning allows. This is not speculative. It is documented, acknowledged, and permanent in the city's report. Without consideration or consent, approval of this rezoning would permanently eliminate our ability to redevelop our property to density already permitted and granted under current zoning. Second, the proposal conflicts with the West End Community Plan. The West End Plan provides clear guidance on tower form, separation, site size, and massing. These policies exist to give landlords and landowners certainty and to prevent this exact outcome, one development undermining the future viability of its neighbors. The application seeks more than 4 times the permitted density with an out-of-context increase in tower height from 22 meters to just over 80 meters. This shifts the impacts onto neighboring properties that have complied with the rules for decades. Moreover, the proposal fundamentally is out of alignment with a planning framework intended to guide the neighborhood through 2043. If council approves this level of deviation, a serious question arises. Can property owners actually rely on existing adapted neighborhood plans when making long-term decisions? No property owner should lose future development rights, especially due to a discretionary, policy-conflicted one-off rezoning designed to make a developer's pro forma work. Third, hotel policy should not override housing policy. With the majority of the city's 10,000 room target already in the pipeline, council must ask whether it is reasonable to permanently eliminate 2 future rental housing redevelopment sites to accommodate a negligible portion of that hotel target. I ask council, does this outcome contradict the city's stated priority to protect and expand long-term rental housing? Fourth, our building is aging and will require replacement. By approving this zoning, council would permanently impair our ability to redevelop our site. It would solve the aging building issue for one owner by making the same problem permanent for its neighbors. We respectfully ask council to request staff to revisit this application through a block-level lens, exploring solutions that preserve existing development rights potential for 2010, 2030, and 2040 Barclay, avoid one property from dictating the future of its neighbors, support long-term rental housing objectives, and align the West End Community Plan and adopted urban design policies. In closing, I want to reiterate, we are not opposed to development, but we are opposed to one development eliminating the lawful rights of others.
We're at time.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for coming in. Speaker number 91, David Richard Clerk. Yep. Take your time. Don't run down the stairs, please.
Hello. Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you. My name is David Clark. I do live in the West End. I want to start on a happy note. The hotel development policy seems to me to be vigorously subscribed to at this moment. And I don't think that there's going to be any question that the city will be successful in achieving its objectives with that policy. So that's the happy note. There are 2 policies, the hotel policy and the West End Community Plan, that one says you can, one says you can't. And you have to make a decision of what the outcome is. My simple concern, because there's so many intelligent people who've given you lots of information to assess. My simple concern is that if you overturn the community plan, it becomes fractured. And that refers not just to our community plan, which up until this point has been very successfully implemented as it was decided to build on the corridors. It's still ongoing, and it's given the city exactly what it wanted. But I think that the implications of overturning the community plan in preference for the hotel policy is that there's no certainty as a citizen that any community plan will endure. And I think for me, that is the principal troubling aspect of this proposal. As I say, so many other people have given you good information from our point of view, and I'll just leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Great.
Good luck, and thank you for all your hard work. I wouldn't want to be in your position.
Are you sure? There's an empty seat right there, Mr. Clark. Thank you very much for coming in. Speaker number 92, Bill Stoven.
Yes, good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Bill Stoven. I live in the West End. I oppose this proposal. I know the site intimately and the neighborhood. I've been following the hearing where many problems with this proposed hotel have come to light. Problems identified by the planning department as well as by residents, the Hotel Workers Union, the Neighborhood Business Association, the Park Board, adjoining property owners. We've heard now how this project does not honor the West End Community Plan, does not even meet several aspects of the West End rezoning policy, and in some cases, even the hotel policy. There are problems with density, height, minimum site frontage, tower setbacks, solar access, tower separation, noise, traffic congestion, potential impact on Stanley Park, and lack of true public consultation. But the problem most likely to have a permanent major negative impact on every single person is a lack of parking. This hotel will have only 70 parking spots in its parkade. Only 30% of the rooms will be allotted parking when many guests are likely to want it as public transit is weak. They may rent cars if they come without their own. There's no extra parking for the possible hundreds of hotel, restaurant staff, and patrons. With the hundreds of people coming and going 24 hours a day, where will they all park? And worse, where will all the residents park? Already, a severe shortage of resident parking. Surrounding apartment buildings are tightly packed shoulder to shoulder with small parking lots behind some buildings, while the streets are being used for the overflow of parking needs. Limited street parking is available, but only to permit holders. Already, even with permits, residents often have to drive around looking for parking even blocks from home. What little parking there is in the back alley will surely have to be eliminated as dozens of bigger vehicles will be coming and going night and day for deliveries. Even now, large vehicles such as garbage trucks must back into the alley from Chilco Street because once in the alley, they can't turn around. It's a dead end. Imagine several additional large vehicles trying to service the hotel at the same time. And adding to this chaos, the hotel's parkade fills and empties through the back alley. Parking both on the front and back will be further hampered by the quantity of tour buses, taxis, Ubers. And what about access for fire trucks and ambulances? There's also no provision for the legally required pickup or drop-off loading zone for specialized vehicles such as Handy Dart. It's also known that Marcon not only plans to build the hotel, but will also operate and manage it. Speaker number 31, a professional hotel manager, stated that Marcon had not presented the realities of a hotel of this size urged City Council to understand that such a hotel would be a 24-hour business operation, which would overwhelm the surrounding area. He also raised doubts about the financial sense of this hotel, giving the example of how the Denman Street Coast Hotel, with 269 rooms, closed as it was not viable in this neighborhood. He also gave his opinion that this proposed hotel with a mixture of short and long-term stays was not a viable business model, and added, I quote, "When this hotel fails, it will not be difficult to convert to condos." However, as we know already, condos had been Mark Hahn's original proposal, but it was withdrawn when a condo tower also became financially not viable. This proposal will seriously disrupt neighborhood life. Given all the problems identified, City Hall should reject or defer this proposal. Or Mark Hahn, you can do the honorable thing, cut your losses and withdraw your proposal. Thank you very much, Mayor and Council, for this opportunity.
Great, thank you very much. Speaker number 93, Santiago Hermo.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Santiago Jaramillo. I'm a West End resident and have been living in Vancouver for the past 25 years. And I'm speaking in strong support of the rezoning application on Barclay Street. There are a few reasons why I support the development of a new hotel in the area. First, the obvious thing is that the city has a hotel crisis, and it's about to be exposed on the world stage this summer. Multiple reports confirm that Vancouver will face a shortfall of roughly 70,000 accommodation nights during World Cup peak periods. But even if you set aside the World Cup entirely, Vancouver's hotel average daily rate hit a record $330 last July. That is almost 200% increase over the previous 5 years. So against this backdrop, let's all share one fact. These prices are extremely expensive, and the single most effective way to improve hotel affordability is to increase supply. Now, even if we all share that premise, for those opposing this development, you may be asking, why would I care about the price tourists pay for hotels? They don't live here. It doesn't affect me. Let me address that directly, because hotel affordability has second-order effects that hurt all of us. The West End doesn't exist in a vacuum. Cities are ecosystems, and a neighborhood cannot thrive or protect what it wants to preserve if the city doesn't address crucial challenges. First, our economy suffers when we stop being a destination, not just for tourists, but for businesses, conferences, musicians, artists. When hotels are unaffordable or unavailable, conference organizers quietly stop shortlisting Vancouver. These are doctors, scientists, investors making multi-year booking decisions, thousands of people who would otherwise be spending money in local restaurants, shops, and galleries. The same logic applies to cultural life. Festivals, concerts, theater, and gallery openings depend on regional visitors, people coming in from Victoria, Kelowna, Calgary, even Seattle. When accommodation costs make that trip feel prohibitive, attendance drops, programming shrinks, and the cultural fabric of the city quietly unravels. We don't see what we fail to attract. The damage is defined by its own absence. Second, hospitality is precisely the kind of industry we should want to grow to provide resilient jobs for our community. At a time of unprecedented disruption in the white-collar economy, because of AI in particular, we need to invest in sectors that are shielded from that disruption. Hospitality jobs cannot be outsourced. They cannot be done remotely. A hotel housekeeper, a restaurant server, a concierge, these are jobs rooted in this community, filled by people who live in the city and spend their wages in the local economy we all say we want to protect. And finally, to my neighbors who are concerned, NIMBYism, this not in my backyard thing, is one of the most quietly destructive forces in urban life. The concerns around loss of safety and even a dog walking invasion that I heard earlier today are simply unfounded and exaggerated. I've lived in major cities around the world, and the reason the United States, for example, cannot build high-speed rail, the reason infrastructure costs have become comically high in progressive cities, and why housing affordability is worse in blue cities like LA, Seattle, and San Francisco is largely because of the accumulated weight of local opposition to change that individually seems reasonable, but collectively brings paralysis. I understand the impulse. I'm a resident of the West End, but let's learn from them. The social contract of city life asks something of us. It asks us to think beyond our front door, beyond our market street, and to occasionally beyond our own street, and to occasionally accept short-term discomfort in service of the city's long-term health and the future families who will live in the West End. Thank you for your time, and I urge you to approve this development.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 94 is withdrawn. Speaker number 95, Jess Reno.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Yeah, my name is Jess Reno. I'm the founder of Nemesis Coffee. We operate several cafes across Metro Vancouver, and we employ a large team of people who live and work throughout Metro Vancouver. I'm here today in support of Marcon. Over the years, we've been approached by a plethora of developers about working together, working on their projects. It's really common in the industry. In the case of Marcon, though, they too approached us, but it was the first time that we actually saw a vision that we were aligned with, and a team of people that we could actually really believe in. We come up in the restaurant industry. It's a tough business. It's a business serving people by a ton of people involved on a daily basis. And, you know, we all know that it's a pretty damn tough business to make a success in or succeed in on a daily basis. With Marcon, when they approached us, it was about doing something that was quite significant in the Surrey Central community and in the Coquitlam Tri-City community. And the projects in which they proposed, on paper, much of it might not have made tons of sense, but it was an incredible investment for the future of these communities, and one that they were willing to burden. Working with us was to help act as a driver, to bring people in and to actually invest in meaningful ways that would impact people's daily lives within that community. This project at Barclay is fairly new on my radar, but there's one thing that I can say about Marcon, about Nick, about the team, Bo, everyone else that we've met there, is that they are actually the exception to a rule in which I've found with many developers. They are actually quite rare. Their commitment is it's peculiar. You don't really get that too often, and the investments in which they've made, I've seen transformative impact in the two projects, at least, that we have been able to participate in alongside them in Surrey and in Coquitlam. It's changed the landscapes of those neighborhoods for the better, actually, for the better. We've spent a lot of time. I've grown up out there. It's a lot different, and you can see how people approach and interact with the neighborhood now, and it shows so much promise for the future. So I just wanted to share my thoughts on Marcon and their commitment around their projects and the team behind it, that they're really actually quite invested, and I believe in these last couple that we've worked on them with just as much as I believe in whatever they're going to be doing in the future, including this one. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Speaker number 96, Mark Bernett.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Mark. I've lived in the West End for over 20 years, and I oppose this application. I promise I'll be brief. I know we're coming to the end of this procedure. You're being asked to approve a 25-story hotel, but that's not what it actually is. It's a 19-story apartment building with a 6-story hotel sitting on top. The first 19 floors have 183 apartments, each about 400 square feet. On top of the apartments, the 6-story hotel with 65 units. Now, calling 183 apartments extended stay rooms is a clever strategy to build an apartment tower, while using the hotel label to avoid West End zoning requirements put in place to protect the neighborhood. Requirements like size, setbacks, social housing, tenant protections, and residential parking minimums. Marcon avoids all of those pesky requirements with this bait-and-switch strategy. Even using the hotel development policy doesn't solve all the problems. The policy says a hotel of this size belongs downtown or along commercial corridors. So does the BC Hotels Association, which encourages a small boutique hotel for this site. Because the lot is so narrow, the owners of 2010, whom you just heard from, and 2040 Barclay are stranded, robbing them of their own future development potential. Plus, there's that shared driveway with 2010 that has yet to be resolved. For a hotel of this size, the parking bylaw requires at least 2 Class B loading spaces. There's only 1 in the plan. And there are no Class C spaces for tour buses and shuttles, despite a requirement for at least 1. City Engineering Services does not support relaxing these requirements, noting they would force commercial vehicles to use Barclay Street as a permanent idle loading zone and will plug up the dead-end Ted North Lane. The application was referred to a public hearing without the standard urban design panel review. By bypassing this expert feedback, it prevents council from receiving an objective assessment of whether a tower of this size can actually function on such a constrained site. In closing, don't be fooled. You're being asked to approve a 19-story apartment tower topped by a 6-story hotel in a neighborhood that your pending official development plan designates as a low-rise 6 to 8-story residential area for the next 30 years. Refer it back to the applicant or vote no. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you very much. Speaker number 97, Lynn Tyler.
Hello. My name is Lynn Tyler, and I am speaking on behalf of the Dr. Peter Center in support of the proposed development. The Dr. Peter Center is a West End organization on Comox that provides integrated health and social care services to people living with significant health and social complexity, including individuals living with HIV, hepatitis C, substance use and mental health challenges, and unstable housing. Our work is deeply rooted in dignity, inclusion, and practical community care. In recent conversations with Marcon regarding this development, we have appreciated their openness to exploring ways that this project can contribute positively to the surrounding community and support local nonprofit organizations, including ours, the Dr. Peter Center. We understand that, if approved, the project would create opportunities such as access to meeting spaces for community organizations, preferred hotel rates for visitors connected to our work, which include visitors from all around the world who visit our center to understand our model of care. Opportunities for staff engagement and volunteering, and even a food reclamation program, and many other forms of community-minded partnership. From our perspective, this willingness to consider tangible community benefit really matters. The West End is strengthened when new development is prepared to engage constructively with local organizations and respond to current community needs in practical ways. While our support is based on the information shared with us to date, we believe this project presents an opportunity to add needed hotel accommodation in the neighborhood while also creating space for meaningful community partnership. We are so encouraged by Marcon's stated interest in building a positive relationship with local not-for-profit organizations. This is indeed very rare and contributing to the broader social fabric of the West End. Thank you for the opportunities to speak and to provide comments on this application.
Great, thank you very much. Speaker number 98, Victor Vandermir.
Hello, how you doing?
Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm not going to insult everybody that did a lot of research on this to prove and give you all the facts and give you all the figures, make you make a decision on how to proceed. Again, I won't insult these people that have opposed this for so long because I just got into this. And just share this one story. For the last week, all of us have discovered that the world is a very scary place. Very scary. People are losing faith in the systems. They're losing faith all over the world. They're losing faith in the systems that we were told to trust to take care of us. In a blind rage, I walked on Denman Street one day. I don't know what I was looking for, but I was looking for a fight. I wanted to see like a red hat or something that I can just cling to. And in that rage, I walked past the shoppers and there was this beautiful table laid out. And I heard that they want to build a hotel on the edge of Stanley Park and destroy homes. That's not right. That is not right. You've heard the facts. You've heard the figures. I can't convince you any more than anybody else here. But come on. Be the government that proves to its citizens that you care about them. We don't have enough doctors. Downtown East Side is falling apart. You're trying to strain these people. You're going to exploit them with temporary work and then just welcome in rich people, one after the other, and then let them leave, using up everything we work for. There's a clear right. There's a clear wrong in this. Council, Mayor Sam, please do the right thing. And prove to Vancouver, this Parliament cares for its citizens. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Vandermeer. Okay, that is the end of the speakers list. Is there another one? Oh, we have speakers on the line. Okay. So if there are any additional speakers in the chamber, please come forward to the podium. Clerk, are there any additional speakers online? Answer is yes.
Yes, we have speaker 36, 79, 86 on the line.
Please go ahead.
Hi, I'm speaker number 36. Good morning, my name is Samantha Gooding. I live in Vancouver within walking distance of Marcon's proposed hotel site, and I am in favor of the proposal. I moved to Vancouver in 2007, and I've always felt very lucky, very privileged to live in such a beautiful city, surrounded by the water, the mountains, the parks. While I do appreciate the unique character of the West End, I also support gradual renewal that will enable more visitors to enjoy Vancouver's natural beauty and the cosmopolitan surrounding offerings, I should say. The site is currently a hotel, so I see there is no change of use, but instead the aging four-story building will be replaced with a modern new tower with an almost 250 hotel rooms. My understanding is that Vancouver has a critical shortage of hotel rooms. Personally, I found it quite challenging to find good hotel options if I have visitors come to visit me. I also understand that as a city, we don't have capacity to currently support the FIFA tourism numbers. I anecdotally have friends that are renting out rooms for FIFA because the demand is so high. So I think we need to build many more hotel rooms to meet our current and future supply requirements. Tourism is essential to our economy, and Vancouver needs to stay competitive as a tourist destination. I think it will also create jobs in the hospitality industry. I do understand all the objections. Like, nobody wants construction in their backyard, but they want it in someone else's. And I think we have to consider what's in the best interest of the city and the province and not just a specific street or neighborhood. I think that Marcon, from what I can see, is committed to sustainability in designing this hotel. I see they've got high-performance building envelope and energy-efficient measures and appliances. So I think it's probably likely more environmentally sustainable than the current building. That's what I wanted to contribute. Thank you for your time, and I respectfully encourage you to consider approving this approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 79, Talia Yudson.
Hello?
Hello, please go ahead.
Hi, thanks. Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Talia Yudson. Professionally, I go by Talia Duvet. I'm a singer, songwriter, and music industry professional. I'm also the individual who has been spreading propaganda on social media on behalf of the Stop 2030 Barclay group, so it will come as no surprise that I oppose this proposal. Everything about this project, including the city's own recommendation report, highlights how it fails to align with this area's character and current zoning. We've already established that the street is narrow and unequipped, that poo daycare would be negatively affected, and that the height and density is way out of scope. So I would like to zoom out and ask, what kind of city are we building? People travel to cities where interesting things are happening. They come for the music, the art, the nature, and the unique local energy, but residents can't create a city worth visiting if they can't afford to live here. If you replace the people with hotel rooms, you kill the culture tourists are coming to see, and you're left with a hollow, soulless resort city. Destination Vancouver, who directly benefit from hotel construction, claim that we need 10,000 hotel rooms by 2050. At the same time, the Metro Vancouver Housing Report from 2025 states that Vancouver proper alone needs 170,000 homes by 2041 to keep up with housing needs. We obviously need both hotels and homes in this city, but there's a smarter way to do it, and this specific proposal is a bad idea for both. By forcing this development into this location, we're sacrificing the lived experience of residents and the quality of stay for visitors by trying to ram a square peg into a round hole. The term NIMBYism has been thrown at this group a lot, assuming that the West End residents are just rich old bags who don't want change. After working closely with them over the past 7 months, I can share that these are not entitled mansion owners. They're regular people who were lucky enough to be born at a time where purchasing a modest apartment was achievable. I can't hold that against them, and actually, I'm kind of jealous because everyone in my generation is kind of accepting that we're never going to buy a home. If you're wondering why more young people haven't spoken to this issue, it's not a lack of interest, it's a lack of ability. Every young person I know without an inheritance or a family business to fall back on is working 2 to 3 jobs to stay afloat. I myself am only able to participate today because of the generosity of the late Paul Melhugh, who compensated me for my time so I could advocate for a cause that directly impacts my life. I've lived in Vancouver for almost 8 years. In my first 5 years here, I moved 11 times. That is the standard instability for young people in this city. I've lived in my current apartment for 2.5 years, and I've finally found somewhere that I can call home. With this proposal in particular, there seems to be a disconnect. On one hand, the city is approving special housing projects for healthcare workers, and on the other, considering a development that seems to prioritize the exact opposite. You can, of course, claim that this is the cost of progress and that people can just choose to live somewhere else. I suppose that if that's the stance that the city wants to take, that's your prerogative, and I will probably have to move. But approving this development demonstrates a complete lack of understanding of the realities of living in Vancouver for the average resident. You don't have to tear down someone's apartment to displace them. You just have to make their environment unlivable. Please vote no to this development, and let's work towards building a Vancouver that prioritizes the well-being of its residents so that we can create a city worth visiting. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 86, Joshua D.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'm resident of the West End, and I strongly oppose this development as well, for many of the reasons already brought up. But I do not believe that Marcon has operated in good faith throughout this proposal. They haven't really connected with the community in the way I would expect. And then, moreover, I don't believe that the materiality of this project is in line with the quality of the West End that we find in the West End. I know that they kind of pulled a little bait and switch there on their last slide of their presentation, showing that they reduced the stories by 3, but they also redesigned the entire podium. Previously, they had shown that podium through idealistic renders, and it showed materiality that showed wood and maybe some sort of metal, but when you go into their written materials, you find that that's actually just grain printed metal panels. I don't feel those materials belong in the West End. The West End has a really authentic materiality to it. And I think it's already kind of showing the kind of quality we can expect from this building. I don't think it'll age well in the neighborhood. And I would like to iterate that I'm not anti-development. I'm very happy to see something get built here. But the scale of this project, the unanswered questions, and the kind of way that Marcon has presented themselves, I find very concerning. So again, thank you for your time. Thank you, councillors. And that's all I should say.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 41, please go ahead.
Oh, is it my turn now?
Yes, it is. Please go ahead.
Oh, hi. My name is Stanley. I am currently a resident of Vancouver, and I oppose to this rezoning. First of all, I do agree that we need more hotel rooms in Vancouver, although it's probably too late for FIFA, but this project is the wrong size for the spot, which many of the previous speakers have already mentioned. First of all, the street is too small. Barclay is a narrow and quiet road. It's often only one lane wide. So 25-story tower would mean, think of the taxis, the Ubers, the big delivery trucks coming and going at all hours. It will cause a permanent traffic jam on a street that was never built to handle it. Something that these so-called housing advocates wouldn't care about, by the way. Also, the city's own West End plan, not that I think you care after passing the ODP last night, says hotels belong on big streets like Denman and Georgia. This project ignores your own rules for how big a building should be on a lot this size. So if you vote for it, the West End plan is a joke. You may as well throw it into the trash. Thirdly, who is this for? It looks like you guys are just taking orders from the hotel industry. So calling it a social necessity is just a label to push through a big business deal. People in this town already do not trust what you're doing, as you're doing more favors for the developers rather than having a real plan for the public. We need a council that acts as a guard for the city, not an order taker for big business. If we need more rooms, let's spread them out. Put them where the big roads and transit already are. Do not ruin a quiet neighborhood street for one giant tower and many other ones, given this sets a precedent. Even though your minds are likely made up already, and you probably want this to be over and done with sooner rather than later, please don't throw the West End plan away and say no to this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is on the line with the last four digits of their phone number, 3335. Are you there?
Yes, I'm there. Hello?
Hi. Yeah. Can you please state your first and last name and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Nicholas Dollywell, and I am a resident of Vancouver.
Awesome. Great. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks for the time to speak today. I'm a downtown resident. We speak about hotels and housing as though they're in competition, but in reality, they serve different needs. When the city does not build enough hotel capacity, the demand does not disappear. It quietly shifts into residential buildings. That is when we begin to see entire floors of apartment buildings functioning as an informal lodging rather than homes for people who live here. What stands out about this proposal is that it keeps accommodation where it already belongs. There is an existing hotel on the site today. The proposal simply replaces that with a modern building capable of meeting current demand, with roughly around 250 hotel rooms, including both short-term and longer-term suites. The project strengthens Vancouver's visitor accommodation supply without converting housing into hotel use. Instead, it renews and improves an existing hotel so that housing does not fill that gap. I've listened closely to many of the speakers over the last couple of days or a couple of public hearing meetings. A number of them have raised concerns about displacement, a lack of apartments, and affordability. Those are important issues for the city to address for sure. However, I'm struggling to see that direct connection between those concerns and this specific proposal. This project is not removing housing, and as I mentioned earlier, it is replacing the existing hotel with a renewed hotel that includes short-term and longer-term accommodation, improving the area. From my perspective, that is the right approach for the city. It concentrates visitor activity in appropriate locations, protects long-term housing for residents, and reduces the pressures that drive short-term rentals into residential buildings. This is a thoughtful and practical renewal of an existing use that addresses a real urban challenge. For those reasons, I encourage Council to support the proposal. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you very much. Our next speaker is online with the last four digits 6696. If you could please state your first and last name and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver for the record, please.
Yes, this is Matthew Thiessen, and I'm a resident of Vancouver. Hello, Mayor and Council. While I'm usually focused on tenant supports and advocating for their needs when displacement occurs, the project before you today is such an exciting opportunity, I felt compelled to speak. If approved, it is positioned to help moderate affordable rentals and renters, especially since there is zero displacement, as well as support. It will support the local economy with jobs that come with a hotel. I know you've already received a lot of community feedback, really good feedback, but I believe it would be helpful to know more about the furnished long-term stay business in Vancouver. For 5 years in a previous career, I was guest services manager for 125 furnished long-term stay homes in downtown Vancouver. Our valued clients and guests often stayed for months and often years. They lived in and added to this great city, often for work, for school, professional development, and at times, retirement and leisure. Every single person received the benefits of a hotel and calmness of a private residence, and they contributed to the neighborhood. Note, yes, there are concerns about large vehicles such as tourist buses, and that's understandable. But for some comfort, during my work, we never had them visit our hotel. We had one-on-one parking, which was never full. Truly, just never full. We always had extra spaces, and guests regularly walked in our neighborhood to and from work, etc. Visitors integrated and participated in our community and often shared their experiences and joy living here. That was actually one of the best parts of working in hospitality. That business is located in a strata building where units are able to enter a pool for the professional operation of furnished accommodation. That said, this model is not common in Vancouver. While professional operators do a great job, helping this industry formalize further in a purpose-built long-term stay hotel is one of the best ways to ensure long-term stay guests aren't competing with local tenants and finding rentals. Since 1909, when my great-great-grandparents arrived in Vancouver, working as a housekeeper and a carpenter, and when my great-grandfather, at the age of 25, sailed on Royal Mail ships back to Vancouver from Honolulu, guests and tourists have been in need of and keen to stay in long-term accommodations in downtown Vancouver. Furnished stays have been quietly supporting part of our city's housing continuum, and I encourage us all to embrace that history and add to the future with this modern hotel project. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you very much. Now, this is the third and final call for speakers. If you wish to speak to council about this item, please call toll free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445# before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be posted on X and displayed during the recess. So we're now going to take a 2-minute recess for any additional speakers to call in or come forward to the podium. Hi. Speaker with the last four digits 9858, if you can please state your first and last name, and if you're a resident of Vancouver for the record, please.
Evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Elise Fearing. I am a resident of Vancouver. I've been a West End resident for about 4 years now. I live a block off Denman on Pendrell Street, and I'm calling to offer my support for the application. I appreciate that they adjusted their initial proposal. The height feels balanced now at 25 stories. I find the West End is a great mix of building types and heights side by side, and this seems to respond well to the older high-rises in the area. Living in an average size apartment, I don't have extra space for guests. Whenever my family comes to visit, it's a struggle to find options nearby they're actually willing to stay in. So having a new hotel within walking distance would be a big win for residents like me, and not just for the hotel rooms. There's other benefits to having a hotel around that you don't get from other types of developments. There's space for special functions like arts and culture events or Christmas parties, weddings, stuff like that. There's what I hope will be a great new restaurant on the ground floor, and it gives a big boost to our economy, especially local businesses. With the project's kind of focus on long-term stay units, I imagine that means there will be guests here beyond just the weekends, consistently shopping, dining on Denman, Davy Robson, and I think a lot of those businesses would really welcome that sort of steady, expanded customer base. So that's it. Thank you for the chance to speak tonight, and I hope you support this application and that it moves forward soon.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 61.
I think that's me, 5296. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jason Mosperian. I grew up in Vancouver, but have been living downtown since 2010 for 16 years. I'm speaking in support of this project at Barclay Street. I've lived in this area for the majority of my life now, and I've seen firsthand how so much of the area and the West End have evolved for times for good and for times kind of devolving back to, a situation that's not as good as where we have been in the past. Some of the towers that we've seen today were built decades ago and considered anomalies in the neighborhood, but a lot of the involvement of the construction and development that's happened to town, I think, especially with this, how everything slowed down during the COVID years, we need to start reinvesting into the future of this area. A lot of the reduction in activity and the movement of a lot of business and otherwise outside of the downtown core has really allowed for the areas to kind of degrade and make it just not as safe in general for me, my wife, my friends and family who are visiting from out of town to come visit us here. The hotel represents kind of a change and renewal of the area. It respects the character of the area, but also bringing kind of a modern flavor and energy to the streets. It's replacing not residential, it's not displacing, it's not taking away from new rental buildings available for residents here, but it's replacing something that needs to be replaced and hopefully kind of revive the area, which I think the city is in desperate need of. We can't be afraid of change. Vancouver is changing. We're getting better. We're really kind of coming out of this slump that we had, especially downtown in the early 2020s. And I think this project really represents a good opportunity for all of us to feel safer, to renew the area, and to really kind of rebuild and continue the construction and development in the area. That's it for me. Really appreciate your time. Thanks for allowing me to speak, and I hope you guys that will approve the project. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Speaker with the last four digits 5951. If you can please state your first and last name and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver for the record, please.
The speaker with those four digits has disconnected.
Okay. Speaker with the last four digits 9425. If you can please state your first and last name and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver for the record, please.
What number? Is it 8610?
No, 9425.
Oh, yes. Hello. Hello?
Hello.
I get on. Hello. Hi, I'm sorry. I am calling hello members of the council. My name is Alda Pereira, and I'm a lifelong Vancouver resident, and I've been designing interiors in the city for over 40 years. I am familiar with high-quality projects, and I am calling in today to voice my support for this proposal. For Vancouver to be the world-class city, it has the potential to be. This kind of project is an opportunity to not be passed by. It isn't every day that a quality developer with a commitment to well-designed quality products comes upon a site like this to build this type of hotel. Hopefully, hospitality plays a very, very important role in conveying our culture and sharing the natural beauty of our city to others. I also wanted to mention that Denman Street is really needing the support, the retail and commercial part of that, and it would be something to support the community as well. So I'll just keep my comments brief, and I will leave it there. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you very much. So, Clerk, do we have any speakers in the chamber or online?
No further speakers on the line.
Okay, seeing no further speakers, the speakers list is now closed. Has there been a large volume of public comments received on this item today?
No, there has not.
Okay, seeing that there are few or no public comments received after 8:30 a.m., I'm now closing the receipt of public comments. Look at the time here. Okay, does the applicant have any closing comments?
Thank you. Yes, Mayor Sim, we have closing comments. We have some project engineers and environmental professionals and our architect here to make some brief remarks. And then I will also have brief conclusion.
If we can just put you on pause for 1 sec here. So just looking at the time, if someone from council would be inclined to pass a motion to extend beyond 12 if needed to have time to hear the applicant's closing comments heard. Great. Councillor Joe, thank you. Seconded.
I can second it. I just have a clarification on a point of procedure as well, if I might.
Sure.
So we would, just for clarity, we would hear closing comments from the applicant. We would take a lunch break. We would then come back. Council still has a round of questions to staff.
That's right.
And then debate
we'll,
decision.
yes, we'll stop it right at the applicant's closing comments, and then we'll recess for lunch, come back, and then hear any team member closing comments, and then there will be final questions, debate decision.
Okay. I just wanted to confirm we would have the round of questions after lunch. Thank you very much.
Great, but not of the applicant. We've that passed.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. So was that seconded by you, Councillor?
Yes.
Okay, great. Council, any discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Great. We will hear the applicant's closing comments. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Mladen Pekanek. I'm a professional engineer and transportation engineer with Arcadis Canada. I have been practicing as a transportation engineer for approximately 26 years. A significant portion of my work has been within the City of Vancouver and the Lower Mainland, including transportation planning and engineering related to residential and commercial development, including hotel and hospitality uses.
Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt on a point of privilege, but I wonder if the person could speak close to the microphone. I'm not sure that people online will be able to hear.
This one?
Yes, much better. Thank you.
Should I start?
Sorry to interrupt.
Okay, I can start again. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Mladen Pekanak, and I'm professional engineer and transportation engineer with Arcadis Canada. I have been practicing transportation engineering for approximately 26 years. A significant portion of my work has been within the city of Vancouver and the Lower Mainland, including transportation planning and engineering related to residential and commercial development, including hotel and hospitality uses. For this project, I prepared the transportation study we called TAMS and TDM reports. The study was prepared in accordance with applicable professional standards and the requirements established by the City of Vancouver. The analysis evaluated the surrounding road network, anticipated vehicle movements, site access, loading operations, and parking demand associated with the proposed hotel use. Based on this analysis, the road network is expected to maintain a stable traffic flow and should continue to function acceptably within the context of the surrounding community. The proposed development is expected to have a minimal impact on the performance of the study intersections. In terms of loading and waste garbage management servicing, a key aspect of the proposal is how loading has been addressed. All the loading and waste garbage management activities are accommodated internally to the site and accessed from the back lane. This represents an improvement over the existing condition where all activities currently occur directly from the back lane. By doing internal loading and waste management services within the building, the proposal improves operational safety and reduces potential conflicts within other lane users. Importantly, no loading and waste garbage management is proposed from the street frontage, which protects the pedestrian realm and maintains a safe and consistent street environment. In terms of passenger pickup and drop-off, rather than relying on curbside pickup and drop-off, the proposal provides internal passenger loading within the parkade. Providing this internal solution helps reduce potential congestion and address concerns that have been raised by the community about curbside activities. In terms of parking, the proposed parking ratio has been developed based on professional experience with comparable projects. Hotels are typically lower impact from transportation standpoint because they are professionally managed and well-staffed, allowing guests' arrivals, departures, and deliveries to be coordinated in an organized way. In conclusion, in my professional opinion, the project has been designated in responsible manner from transportation perspective and will integrate well with surrounding community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Gary Vlieg. I am the Vice President of Creative Transportation Solutions, a Vancouver-based traffic engineering company. CTS has completed thousands of traffic studies throughout Western and Northern Canada, including the City of Vancouver. I personally have been practicing in the field for over 38 years throughout Western and Northern Canada, as well as New Zealand. I'm the former Traffic Operations Manager for the City of Surrey, and I'm the former Director of Engineering for the City of Langley. I personally have reviewed hundreds of traffic impact assessments throughout my career, and I've prepared over 1,000 traffic impact assessments throughout British Columbia and New Zealand. CTS and me specifically have been retained to undertake a formal, independent peer review of the TAM study that was prepared by Arcadis for the project at 2030 Barclay Street. CTS and me personally generally agrees with the findings of that study as prepared by Arcadis. The report and its conclusions indicate that the existing transportation network will continue to function acceptably within the context of the surrounding community, and I concur. CTS is confident that the TAMS report prepared by Arcadis meets or exceeds the industry standard for this type of study. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me? Well,
You're great.
my name is Ken Lambertson. I'm a registered professional biologist. I'm a senior biologist and partner with Active Earth Engineering Limited. I have over 30 years of experience as an environmental consultant conducting environmental impact assessments for urban development for both private and public clients. We have heard about some concerns through our client regarding environmental impacts of the development. I looked into likely potential sources of impact and focused on two areas, shadowing and groundwater. I can say that the incremental shadowing by the proposed building is not expected to impact or affect the ecology of either Stanley Park or Lost Lagoon. We have also heard about some concerns with regard to the Stanley Park Blue Heron Colony. There are many existing buildings similar to the proposed within the area, and in reviewing the kinds of best management practices that are available, we are confident that any impacts can be readily mitigated as far as the heron colony goes. I also looked into potential changes to groundwater flow that might affect Lost Lagoon or Stanley Park. With the excavation of building foundations, we do not see any significant change to groundwater flow regime in the area or reaching Stanley Park or Lost Lagoon. Active Earth and myself are confident that the proposed building will not have significant detrimental effects on the surrounding area, Stanley Park, or Lost Lagoon. Thank you very much for your time.
Great. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Jeremy Nilsson. I am with Keystone Environmental Limited. I am a registered professional biologist and senior project manager with over 14 years of experience providing consulting services to residential, commercial, and industrial development projects, particularly in the context of environmental impacts to ecological values and resources. Keystone Environmental has been retained to provide preliminary environmental review of the development concept for 2030 Barclay Street and identify any potential for environmental impacts in the context of biological features. We have been provided some concerns from the public and want to speak to a few items in particular. The shadowing of Stanley Park, the incremental shadow from the proposed building is not anticipated to result in ecological impacts to Lost Lagoon or adjacent areas of Stanley Park, including riparian habitat. With regard to the nearby Blue Heron Colony, the proposed building is of similar scale to many other buildings that exist in close proximity, including closer proximity to the Heron Colony. We do not anticipate that the building itself would have a direct negative impact on wildlife, including the Blue Heron Colony. Potential impacts to wildlife that may occur during construction are readily mitigatable through standard best management practices common throughout the industry. Given the above, provided these measures are followed, it is my opinion that the proposed project will not result in ecological impacts to habitat values, such as those found within Stanley Park or associated with Lost Lagoon or the Heron Colony. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mayor and Council, thank you for taking so much time with this proposal. My name is Gregory Henriquez. I am the Managing Principal of Henriquez Partners Architects. I've been practicing in the city for over 40 years, and our practice has played an integral part in the history of the built form of Vancouver and its zoning. I'm here today to represent our client and to give you a little bit of information about how we came up with what we have here today. The rendering that you see up there is a 27-story building. Can we go to the next slide, please? And what you have up there is a little map of the West End. My father and myself have been building towers in the West End for over 40 years. The earliest ones date back to 1985, the Sylvie Hotel Tower, where we invented the view sharing concept with slide projections in council here over 40 years ago. Our history, I've lived in the West End for over 10 years in my youth. I'm a child of the city, and I promise you that our practice tries very hard to integrate ethics and aesthetics to make sure the right thing is done for the city as a whole. Okay. In terms of neighborhood context, can you go to the next slide, please? We've worked with the city staff who've been rigorous in examining the tower over a series of over a year. Our initial proposal was 29 stories. We've reduced it by 4 stories. Our initial floor plate size was 450 square feet larger, which we've reduced. We've reduced the number of units, and we increased the side yard setbacks. All of these things were done with careful examination of the shadowing of Stanley Park to make sure that Pooh Corner and park as a whole is minimally affected. During the solstice provisions between spring and fall solstice, which we measure carefully with the city planning staff, our building provides less than a 2% increase in shadowing on Stanley Park. Next slide. Here you can see a picture of the West End, and you'll notice right up against the park, you all know there's lots of towers. I personally lived in the Barclay on Barclay Street in the middle of the West End, in one of the penthouses between houses years ago. Next slide. This shows all the different floor plate heights, tower heights, which all are in the realm of 20 to 26 stories in height. And our tower is consistent with the historical height of the towers in the West End. Next slide. This is a very important one, which I'd like you to look at carefully. Lots has been talked about the issue of the tower separation between our tower and the neighboring towers. To be clear, there are larger towers to the west of us, and there are smaller towers on either side of us and around. And our building meets the 80-foot tower separation, which has been in place with the city planning department for decades. It also is consistent with the 2-tower per block concept, which is first past the post, which enables our tower to be the 2nd tower on the block, which was secured in the previous development permit when we had condominium tower. In closing, I'd just like to say, next slide, that I believe this building will be a welcome addition to the West End, and in the years to come, this council meeting a distant memory, like the other ones that we went through over the many years. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. If you allow me a moment to reflect on this public hearing process now over multiple days, we feel that we have stood on solid and authentic ground in offering this proposal to be considered. We feel that for many reasons related to trying to contribute to the vibrancy of this city economically and culturally, that there's a lot of impetus for positive outcomes that can come with hotel, and particularly a hotel in this location, uniquely serving a neighborhood and world-class amenities, which people from all over the world come to see. But further to that, and I think through the dozens of points of feedback and commentary that have been received over the last number of days, it's also been an opportunity for reflection and contemplation about how development like this can continue to contribute to the community, not just in its innate attributes, but outwardly. And for that reason, we've thought about how this proposal could provide additional contributions to enhance community benefit over time and in perpetuity. I'm going to list a few here so you understand the direction of our thinking and our commitment to stewarding a property like this, if approved, over decades ahead. Firstly, this property includes meeting space, as many hotels do. We're committed to offer 50% of the bookable time of these meeting spaces free to nonprofits in the community. We've already made this offer to community groups such as the West End Seniors Network and Dr. Peter Center, and we will certainly embark to make that known and available in the future for other nonprofits supporting the West End. We believe in arts and culture, and we didn't get into that through the course of our earlier presentations, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it today. We've been active proponents of that, and we see hotel as a wonderful venue for those types of promotional activities of local art and culture. And for that reason, we'll be including a gallery space in the hotel. We'll be featuring local artists to represent and sell their work inside the building to the community and to people around the world who may participate in a property like this. We recognize that there's significant need for hotel, and particularly with long-term stay. There's been discussion about how long-term stay can support a variety of needs in the community. And one of those is for supporting people in need and at times when things change in one's life or that support's required. And so we feel that we can make a contribution in this regard by partnering with nonprofits, Dr. Peter Center being one, as mentioned earlier by one of the speakers providing comments this morning, that we will be willing to provide discounted rooms to nonprofits who are serving the community, whether that be individuals in need, whether that be people from out of town and families supporting people in need, and whether that be professionals, like in the case of Dr. Peter Center, coming in to provide advice or to look at the great work that our nonprofits are doing here that they may want to take elsewhere. We offer that to Dr. Peter Center. We offer that to other nonprofits in the community serving the West End now and into the future. We recognize and have a lot of respect for the seniors community in the West End. And we believe that a hotel with the assets that it has built within it can be used to provide further utility and community benefit for seniors. And in that regard, we'd like to commit to dedicate time for both the fitness facilities and the aquatics facility to be used by seniors throughout the year. Again, something now in perpetuity going forward, if this project would be approved. And finally, as hotels require, there's a food and beverage component to this property. Now, I've certainly heard concerns, but I've also heard positive things, both here in this public hearing and through our consultation process. And I've heard many times about how some of the existing food and beverage outlets that are nestled into this area west of Denman have been real institutions for the community. And I think that's really great. It's wonderful that these types of spaces are loved by people who live within blocks and also can be used, in the case of a hotel, for people who are coming visiting from around the world. But to really encourage that and to really make it clear about our intent and authenticity to be a hotel that can support this community and a larger network abroad, we want to provide a discount to all people living west of Denman to use this facility and hopefully enjoy it and make it a local institution. And finally, as it relates to the food and beverage component, we've also taken leadership as it relates to food waste inside of food and beverage facilities in other parts of our Marcon ecosystem. And we're committed to provide the same food waste leadership here to minimize and to also support where possible through our food and beverage outlet, minimizing food waste and providing to those in need. So I want to thank you all and the community at large for the many hours and time that have been contributed to a thoughtful discussion, debate, and dialogue about this property. I'm thankful for having an environment where this can happen, and I'm appreciative of your consideration as we go forward. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much. And with that, we are going to recess and come back in, should we say half an hour? Does that work for everyone? No? 1 o'clock? Does that work for everyone? 1 o'clock? Yep, sure. Yep, okay. 1:15? Okay, we'll do 1:15. Boy, thank you very much, everyone.
Hi, Councillor Montague. It's the clerk in the chamber just doing a quick sound check before we start.
I got you loud and clear, Leslie.
Yeah, okay, great. We can hear you. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, we're back. Thank you, everyone. Okay, so do our team members have any closing comments?
Yes, we do. Thank you. I'm Leif Kavissers, the rezoning planner for this application at 2028 to 2038 Barclay Street. Throughout the hearing, we heard questions from council and speakers that focused on a number of themes. We'd like to clarify and reiterate a few of the following statements. We heard questions regarding the application of the West End policy versus the hotel policy in reviewing this file. The hotel development policy enables staff to consider rezoning applications at this location for hotel use. The policy directs staff to consider the former development of the said applications within the context of the area plan, in this case, the West End plan and the rezoning policy for the West End. Second, we heard questions regarding when this building was converted to hotel. While the building was built in the 60s and constructed as a residential building, records indicate that hotel use was recognized legally on this site as a legally non-conforming use in 1988, as per a report to council at that time. The existing hotel has a hotel business license and is operating as a hotel. The existing zoning allows for service use hotel where there was an existing hotel in advance of 1989. The 1988 report to council determined that at the time, the use could be deemed lawful and therefore be protected as a non-conforming use. We heard questions as well, thank you, regarding long-term stay hotel units. The zoning and development bylaw does not make a distinction between long-term or short-term stay use. If approved, the use will be standard hotel use as defined in Section 2 of the zoning and development bylaw. If approved, the use will be standard hotel use. There is no requirement for kitchenettes or a minimum stay length in the zoning development bylaw for hotels. That's the end of staff comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does council have any final questions for our team members? Noting no additional questions to the applicant are permitted. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Thanks very much. I want to continue on the current zoning use and the options and pathways, sort of the what-if questions with respects to development options on this site. Obviously, council can accept, refuse, or refer this application. So if this application was not supported, what other, and we've heard that previously a 10-story condo was, and there's an existing West End plan, would other scenarios be possible? For example, a full, sort of a comparable density or lower density standalone residential use, or a mixed use, including a smaller number of hotel rooms and residential. Are there any pathways for that to be considered with the current plans?
Thank you for the question, Templar Director of Rezoning. So the applicant would always have the opportunity under existing rezoning, or under existing zoning, as you mentioned, for a strata or a rental project of a lower height and density consistent with the RM5D zoning. The applicant otherwise doesn't have rezoning opportunities through the West End plan, but through the hotel policy, there are opportunities to continue to explore something different. But still consistent with the hotel policy, and council is within its purview to provide some guidance on that.
Okay, if I can follow up on that, please. When you say a lower height, what would the lower height be, and what are the other hotel options? I'm looking for real specificity here to help council.
So I'll defer to staff on what the existing zoning height would be, but that's what I mentioned as at a lower height was under existing zoning. There are height permissions within the RM5D as well as flexibility to the discretion of Director of Planning. I think it's up to 150 feet.
I guess.
Sorry, up to 10 stories previously. Otherwise, through the reviews through the hotel policy, staff have some discretion and flexibility as to what we could consider in support of a viable project. So if council wanted to put something more specific on some guidance for staff, we could certainly take that back. Otherwise, the policy doesn't provide specifics on height and density.
Sorry, can I ask for a couple follow-up questions just to get some specificity and clarity? When you say a lower height for residential, I'm looking to understand exactly what height is potentially allowed. And I'm looking for specificity answer when you say could be considered in sort of like English plain language. You're saying the hotel policy allows for some flexibility, so it could be mixed use hotel and residential?
Yeah, so for clarity, again, under existing zoning, there are permissions for heights within the existing zoning under the RM5D that could allow for, as I mentioned, that 10-story option that was previously considered. So that's permitted under zoning, doesn't have to come back to council for that. Under the hotel policy, it's not specific on heights and densities. It directs you back to the West End plan, as Leafke had mentioned before. So there are no specific parameters under our hotel policy or the West End plan to consider something beyond what the RM5D zoning provides. So this is effectively the same kind of instance where we review the project that's submitted and have some flexibility in terms of that height. But again, if council wanted to be more specific, we can take that back.
So again, just because I think this is really important, so just can I reflect back what I'm hearing, and please tell me if this is accurate in what you're saying. There is no current pathway for a higher than 10-story residential building, but you could have a higher than story mixed use, including hotel.
Do you want to jump in?
Thank you. There is a conditional allowance for extra height under the existing zoning. However, the site is too small to qualify for the 59-story or 59 meters. Instead, it would cap out just over 18 meters.
Okay. I have some other questions, but I'm going to leave it there to save some time. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks. I want to follow up on the height as well. My question around that, and also the lot size. If the tower had a residential component, would this lot size support a similarly sized tower? And I think what I've just heard is the answer is no, but I want to clarify that.
Thanks for the question. Again, as mentioned, under existing zoning, there are limitations to the discretion that the Director of Planning has. Through rezoning, council can consider additional heights and densities. The hotel policy is not specific on those heights and densities, and we'd have to exercise some discretion. And as part of that review, it would be a different application. We'd need to take time, reflect back, engage the public if there was a different application at a different height.
Okay, so let's say if this project was referred back and the direction was to develop something or come back with something around a mixed use project with a hotel and rental, would that come forward under the hotel development policy still, or does the whole building need to be hotel for it to apply under that policy?
So just for clarity, as I understand it, the hotel policy requires at least a replacement of the existing hotel for it to be, and an increase, sorry, thank you, beyond what's included within what's there today. So the door that has come in and there's replacement of an existing hotel, and the policy says that a net increase of new hotel units.
Okay, and is the increase specified? Could it be one room?
It's open.
Okay, so technically it could be one more room and that would qualify?
Hypothetically more than what's there today.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Other question was, did staff ever anticipate that these grandfathered non-conforming hotels would be covered by the hotel development policy when it was first presented?
When the hotel policy was adopted?
Adopted, yes.
That's correct. The site was identified at that time as an existing hotel site and considered for a boutique hotel, an increase in hotel space at that time.
Okay, but was it anticipated at this scale is my question, like 25 stories?
The policy doesn't anticipate any particular scale for the site.
Okay. Are there other non-conforming hotels west of Denman currently existing? Like, is the Sylvia considered a non-conforming?
There are other hotels. I can't speak to whether they're non-conforming or not. Apologies.
Okay, that's okay. On the community engagement, I heard some comments from speakers today around not, being notified of this, and I just wanted to confirm that postcards were sent out to residents in the neighborhood as is normally done with one of these.
That's correct. And from time to time, there are errors through the posting process through Canada Post. However, we did confirm with the post office that we did send postcards to at least a 2-block radius.
Okay. And another question for you. Would this be permitted on Denman Street, for example, or would it not because of the villages, like the retail village policy? I'm not clear.
I can't speak to all of Denman Street, apologies.
Okay.
There is more opportunity for higher density on Denman, but it depends on which part of Denman and what the specific uses would be, so I can't speak.
Okay. I know it's a super specific question.
Mhm.
Okay, that's it for me for now.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, follow-up question, because I'm just listening to some of the dialogue. Can you just outline 3 options again for council vote? Yes, refer, or no, as with any rezoning application. What would be the material difference to the applicant between a referral and a vote no on this application? What would that actually mean?
Thank you for the question. So if council were to refer this back to staff, we'd look for some guidance and direction as to what staff what council would like to see as part of perhaps a resubmission. With a refusal, that's a council decision to vote against the application. There's provisions under our procedure bylaw that prevent an application from being reapplied for with a similar project within a period of 1 year unless there's a vote of council to relax those provisions. So again, a refusal is a slightly different procedural implication, but a referral back can provide direction as well to consider a new application, a resubmission, and basically restart the process with public engagement in a future public hearing as well.
So restarting the process either way, but not waiting a year?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Orr.
Yeah, just a question more out of curiosity in terms of how we passed the official development plan yesterday or the interim, but that would this project have sort of triggered a public hearing as well in that ODP process?
Thank you for the question. This project is ODP non-compliant. However, as the ODP doesn't enact until the 31st, it can be voted on until that time, at which time, if it were approved, it would be ODP compliant. So at this time, it's an ODP non-compliant application. However, there is a bit of space and time now for it to be passed before the ODP is enacted.
Interesting, thanks.
Great, thank you very much. Okay. Seeing no one else in the queue, Clerk, did we receive any additional public comments since the close of public comments?
No, we did not.
Okay. Council members who were absent for a portion of this item will need to confirm they review the proceedings they missed and are therefore eligible to participate in debate, discussion, and decision. Councillors Bly, Kirby-Young, Meisner, and myself were absent for this item or portions of this item. Councillor Bly, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting on the item? Great, thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young?
Yes, I have and I will.
Thank you, Councillor Meisner.
I have and I will.
Great, and I have and I will as well. Council will now make its decision on this application. Do we have a mover for the recommendations? Councillor Claassen, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Kirby-Young. Council, is there any discussion? Councillor Claassen.
Thanks, Mayor. So this has been a quite a fulsome debate and discussion. Community have come forward with some very strong views, and we've heard from a lot of people, and we also have heard many strong expressions of support for maintaining and growing our hotel uses. Reflecting upon all of those things, I have been left with the feeling that the overt commercial uses in this part of the West End have left me feeling very concerned that that this would be pushing things a bit further than the neighborhood and the community would be ready to embrace. I know that there is an existing hotel, small hotel in the space right now, and there's also, and I think that the form of development itself has not garnered as much sort of response from the community as much as the commercial uses. So out of consideration of that, and I'm sorry, I should have said this before, I have a motion to refer this item for further consideration. Yes, I'm sorry. Anyway, it's been sent here, and it essentially, if I was just able to get it up on the screen there. Now allow council to read it.
Thank you, Councillor.
Sorry, should be.
Okay. No, this is the main motion. Okay. Councillor Clausen.
So the, thank you. So the motion to refer is to send back to staff, refer this application back to staff to study options and considerations to the retention of the existing number of hotel rooms +1 in accordance of the hotel policy. In addition to market and below market rental housing, the applicant should be included in this discussion, necessitating future consideration by council. I suppose the +1 is in response to the comments that we just heard from staff that at a minimum, but I do think that the having the existing level of commercial use on the site would be something that would be compatible with the current conditions on Barclay Street. But also it would allow us to grow some of the available rental housing in a neighborhood that probably definitely needs it. We certainly heard from the concerns around older adults and young people all looking for housing, and I think that the ability to work within a policy to achieve some additional rental in the neighborhood while retaining the net number of hotel rooms and including another one, again, sort of make sure that the commercial activity is in keeping with the way it is today. Thanks.
Very much. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. And I'm just responding to sort of the consideration of this referral real time, of course. So I'll just reflect a few comments. And I appreciate that the referral does include potentially, market below market rental. One of the first things that stood out to me, and I've walked this neighborhood, I've met with residents of the West End on this project specifically, as anybody would do, when we are trying to balance a really difficult contentious issue, redevelopment and public hearing process. And one of the things that stood out is that there was a lack of alignment from folks I spoke to as to whether or not they would be happy with the density if it was residential, knowing that there are a lot of residential market rental towers in the area. And so I think that this is interesting to dig in a little deeper with the residents of the West End in terms of what could be supported. I think that the height overall, given the surrounding buildings, as was pointed out by the architect, is that it fits in the context of the area. And I heard some agreement around that when meeting with residents and talking to residents about this. Not everybody agreed, even amongst themselves. So, I would say that Marcon has come at this, particularly some of the pieces that have been highlighted around the investment in sort of public benefits with the intention to engage with community serving organizations like the West End Seniors Network and Dr. Peter Center. I think has merit and I think needs to be recognized. I think that engaging the community in this way, the arts and culture community, the food waste, and providing to those in need. I think there's some clear intention to provide a net benefit in terms of where this policy or where this project goes. Of course, there's the West End plan and then the hotel policy, which is new. And again, in discussing with residents, there was sort of a desire, why can't this be maybe at Robson and Denman or other areas? But of course, that's not what we have before us, and that's always a difficult decision for council to sort of weigh. I do think the lane closure keeps traffic flowing away from the park, but I also think the lane closure creates more sort of a more difficult planning challenge around moving traffic in and out of the area. I actually live in a building where the lane has closed recently, and so, trucks that were once able to go all the way through and now having to reverse, and it does definitely cause some challenges. But I think the positive, of course, is the lane closure keeps traffic flowing away from the park. And I think the short-term stay is an important piece of our economic development that we actually do need, whether it's film executives, 2, 3, 4 month stays are actually a housing that we lack, particularly around the changes with the Airbnb, which I do support, but there's still a demand there, and we have executive rental sort of companies that are trying to fill those gaps. But I do think that would have created more stability that felt like residential in this building, in this plan. And I also think that in terms of traffic, it's an incredibly walkable neighborhood. So I feel like there wouldn't be as much traffic as I think people are concerned around. I like the idea of the commercial restaurant in the bottom. When you travel to places like New York or others around Central Park, the hotels that are adjacent to the park they feel special. They feel like they're offering something really unique. So from a tourism perspective, I like the idea of that. But I do think we need to consider with, some sincere analysis, and I think that's happened, but there's obviously more to do hearing from Park Board around impact on Stanley Park. And even the most recent efforts to rehabilitate Lost Lagoon and connecting, I just think there's a little bit of a broader conversation to have around the ecology impacts to Stanley Park. I think it's a lot of density on this site. I do. And so I'm not sure how that may or may not change, but I do appreciate that the developer has reduced the height and density in the years of going back and forth on this.
And Councillor, I'm sorry, we're at time.
Are we at time? Okay, so I'm going to support the referral because there's obviously a lot more.
Councillor.
Leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Orr.
Yeah, thanks. Just sort of doing the same thing and kind of digesting this. Is it acceptable to ask questions to the chair to staff? Still? Okay, on this? Okay.
Right? Yeah.
So we heard about the hotel policy that this be okay, sort of because it's the replacing the existing hotels plus one. How then would this fit in with the West End policy and the current zoning? I guess that would depend on what height the application would come back at, or how.
It would depend on the height, setbacks, a number of other factors. It's hard to.
Because we don't know the application, we don't know what it's for, so we can't speculate on whether or not this would be in compliance with those other plans. It's essentially
That's correct. Those staff do have to have some discretion. Yes.
Okay, and then I know I can't ask questions of the applicant, but maybe you can speculate on what this might do to the viability of the project.
Staff can't speak to that. We don't have any financial information from the applicant on this project.
Could you speculate possibly on how the rental portion of this and possibly below market would sort of coexist with the hotel, with the amenities, and with the restaurant commercial component? Is that sort of standard for other projects that we've seen around the city?
Yeah, the hotel policy does contemplate in many types of locations a mix of residential and hotel. And commercial, they tend to be complementary uses, vertically integrated. Whether that works or not on this particular site with different site conditions, we don't know. That's something we'll have to explore with the applicant if they choose to resubmit.
Right. And then, again, you probably can't speculate on this, but those enhanced community benefits that we heard, like in terms of allowing residents access at a discount to, the pool and the art gallery and allowing nonprofits to sort of book the meeting space, would you consider that might be possible still?
Yes, I would note that a lot of the discussion around those types of benefits, so to speak, weren't considered to be secured through conditions or agreements as part of this application, but definitely something we could explore in a different iteration.
Okay, I'll leave my questions and comments for now.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Maloney.
Thank you, So, and I just have a question for staff through the chair. So the hotel, the existing hotel has 27 suites, so that would be 28 suites if this referral were to.
At minimum, yes.
Okay. Yeah. And do you have any feel for whether that's still? I mean, I know that that's the existing hotel, so it must be workable. I'm just. I don't think this is a really question for you, but I'm just generally speculating as to what that means for the operation of a hotel to have 28 rooms as opposed to the
Thank you.
save me, Josh.
Very difficult for us to answer speculatively. The existing hotels is obviously quite an old building. The economics of new construction is quite different than operating an old building. Again, something we'll have to explore whether there's an optimal kind of boutique hotel size. At that 28 plus or 27 plus 1 unit scale or something similar with a mix of another use and we'll look at the viability of whether that's feasible.
Okay, great, thank you. I've got a bit of time left, so I might just speculate some more. I mean, I do see the need, like Councillor Bly mentioned, for extended stay apartments as part of hotels, and in fact my family has used that when we've moved around the world previously, and there is a real need for that, and people live in these like an apartment. You know, it's no different than having an apartment. I'm not 100% sure that having a similar scale project that's apartments instead of I think it was like 2/3 extended stay and 6 floors of hotel rooms is particularly going to change some of the concerns raised by the community. But at the same time, I know that I'm just observing the Sylvia Hotel and how that works with the changed traffic configurations. I do appreciate the effort that went into the original design in terms of trying to limit that impact on this area. And this area west of Denman is a super traffic calmed, quiet, low traffic zone already as a result of Chilco being traffic calmed when it used to be the primary way of getting to Stanley Park from Beach Avenue. And I know we've got Kevin from the West End Journal here who's been listening away to the whole thing. And I remember seeing in the West End Journal a photo of bumper to bumper traffic along Chilco Street. So a lot of changes have happened that make this area of the West End super quiet. And, you know, we get concerns about traffic in every single public hearing. I don't think I can remember a single one where traffic wasn't an issue, where people have objected to a rezoning, and that is definitely a legitimate concern in general. So I take that very seriously. I mean, I'm very open to this being a rental building with 28 hotel suites. It would be great if that was a mix of extended stay, so that we can continue to preserve long-term rental and other accommodation for long-term leases, instead of having it susceptible to short-term rentals. And I'm really thinking out loud here, and I'm sort of this proposed referral is quite different. So I'm going to continue to think on it and listen to my council colleagues. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So also have some questions through you, Chair, Mayor, to the city staff. So if this number of hotels dramatically reduced from 200 plus to only 28 or so, and the rest will be the rental residential building, would that change the height of this building dramatically? Knowing hotel is normally a little higher than the residential suite, right?
It's dependent on what the application were to come in with. We can't really speak to what the applicant might propose.
Okay, so potentially it could be, affect the height of this building as well.
It depends entirely on what the applicant chooses to resubmit or come to staff with, and we would work with them on proceeding with a project
Okay,
at that time.
I see. Okay, so regarding the timeline, so if this one's referred back, do you have an estimation of the timeline when this is going to be come to council again?
Thank you for the question. So just to add to the previous answer as well, the review that we went through also looked at shadowing and impacts to the park. So we would suggest this doesn't provide any maximum or minimum expectations of heights and densities, but we would still use those same tools as last time to help guide and review any resubmission of a project. In terms of timing, we'd have to have a convene meeting with the applicant after this to understand what their aspirations and expectations would be. We need to intake and distribute. At that point, it would probably need an ODP amendment requiring additional consultation and some process. My sense would be sometime next year.
Okay, so we won't make it for the June 30th ODP deadline anyway.
June 30th is a separate legislative deadline. So with council's adoption of the ODP yesterday, it goes to Metro for approval. And if all of that lines up, we expect the enactment of the ODP coming on March 31st. And so that's the date at which point all applications need to be consistent with the ODP going forward.
Okay, and regardless, this one will not be considered as ODP compliant project. So we need a public hearing for this new project anyway.
So if a proposal came in for anything more than what the ODP had, which was low rise?
Yeah.
So if anything more than low rise, it would trigger an ODP amendment and a public hearing, correct?
Okay. And also, do we need another community engagement if this one is referred back?
Correct.
Okay. All right, that's all my question. I'll give my comments later.
Councillor Orr.
Yeah, sorry, I still have many questions. Based on sort of other projects where we have this mix, how do rental protections work for the mix of houses? Would it be the same under the? I guess it would now be the ODP would have to be compliant.
Right. Thank you for the question. All rental protections for rental residential use is the same across the city. It wouldn't apply to the hotel portion, but it would be separated out and it would apply to any rental residential. So currently, all of the units are proposed to be hotel. There'd be no rental protection, no rental restrictions. But in the future, the portion of the building proposed to be residential would have rental protections, which are standard.
And then in other sort of similar sites, do they have so they would have hotel staff separate from, and then probably a separate rental management company that did the rental? Would that?
It varies from project to project, and most sites it is a separate part of the building, yes.
And then my last question was sort of based on what we heard from the property owner at, I can't remember, it's 2010, I can't remember that, that he expressed intent to build two much needed housing projects, I think was the word, on their property, but that because this was first past the post, that this sort of took precedent. Now, if we were referring back, does that first past the post project sort of reset and that other property owner have a chance now to get in line? And this now just erases Marcon's.
Thank you. That's a very good question. With no enacted zoning in place, there would not be a limitation, is my understanding. However, it depends on if there's any other limitations on that site.
Yeah, but does it sort of reset that sort of inline process, or because there was a project, there was the old project in terms of the 10-story. Do they kind of hold their queue? They hold their place?
Thank you. In the absence of an approved rezoning application, they would be able to apply as long as they met any other requirements in the neighborhood.
So yeah, they would essentially hold their place?
More or less, yes.
More or less, yes.
We hadn't contemplated that question, apologies. So I hadn't reached out to develop or to building and licensing with that question.
Yeah, no, I think it's an interesting question just around that whole first past the policy. All right, I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, sort of thinking this through, and I'm trying to figure out if this is going to make anyone or no one happy in terms of the referral. I like many councillors, I think that a number of us took up the opportunity to go and tour with some of the neighbors that were concerned prior to referral to public hearing. And what I understood very clearly during that process, and also for hearing from speakers, is concern around commercial activity in this area. What I was not less clear on from either hearing from speakers, from those one-on-one conversations or other correspondence that council received, was whether or not people would support a similar size building. And that I didn't get the same clarity in terms of listening to all the feedback that was incoming. 28 rooms is very low for a hotel in general, right? I think there's few, if any, in Vancouver at that size. I think the average is about 160. You've got some in the, maybe 75, 80 range that are typically older properties. I think what I'm thinking about, and council probably needs to think about in potentially considering this referral, is that it's likely going to need a similar size height. So we're probably not going to be seeing a significant difference in height. I could be wrong. It will probably necessitate, I think the applicant's only path forward is to retain the 28, 29-ish rooms. It will require a pretty wholesale redesign, so the amenities would probably look very different. They might consider, for example, things like shared amenities between hotel guests and residences. Some properties do that, where there's sort of a common gym, that kind of thing. You might not see pools, you might not see community access, you might not see those kinds of things. You might still see, quote, commercial activity in terms of having new hotel rooms. You might still see a restaurant. So I think that those are things to think about. You also think, okay, will traffic and other things be different between having a majority of a building designated to, quote, residential? Do people still take Ubers? Do they still order Uber Eats? How much traffic is coming to this for the site? So on and so forth. Versus staying in a hotel room or having a restaurant on site that may not necessitate people calling in for those amenities. So I'm just trying, sort of weighing through and understanding, really, in terms of some people are very explicit in their comments. Others, I think, were concerned about the height. The irony is when you look at the height of a number of neighboring buildings, you've got comparable height buildings ringing directly onto Stanley Park and to the north and south of this location that exist. And any option is going to have construction. So things that were raised around the importance of safety during construction, around respect for herons, all those kinds of things. Construction is going to exist regardless if any project is proposed, reproposed, or advances. If this is approved, if there's an alternative one, if it's a 10-story, it's a 15, et cetera, all those things will happen anyway for construction, and all appropriate precautions need to be taken around noise for the neighbors when construction happens, safety on site, all other environmental considerations, et cetera. So I'm just trying to get a sense of, really, this might achieve some more rental or residential. I don't think it solves the hotel issue. I wonder how attractive a hotel is going to be at 28 rooms. That's not a lot of rooms. So I'm processing it through, but I'm just trying to get a sense of, are we going to make anybody happier by this, or are we not? Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Meisner.
Thank you. I want to thank all the speakers who've spoken to this proposal, as well as the applicant who I know has worked very hard on this plan through many iterations. And also thank you to the neighbors who I met with and walked the area with to hear their concerns prior to the project being referred to public hearing. As many of my colleagues are aware, I'm very familiar with the West End, and I spend a lot of time there. I'm there every weekend at a minimum, and I've also lived in the neighborhood in the past. I want to be clear that I'm very supportive of our efforts to create more hotel space across the city in downtown Vancouver, in the CBD, along the Broadway corridor, and other areas where it makes sense. The hotel development policy has been very successful, and we're starting to see the fruits of it with thousands of new hotel rooms in the pipeline, and many of those having already started construction. And that brings me to this particular project. While I support the hotel development policy, I do not believe it was ever envisioned to support a hotel of this size or this scale west of Denman on a mid-block site. If this hotel was on Denman Street or Robson Street or Davie Street in the same neighborhood or elsewhere in the CBD, I would enthusiastically support it. But I can't think of another similar location to this one in the city where we're considering building a large hotel tower of this scale on a mid-block site and near the end of what's a minor street and a considerable distance from rapid transit. I understand that a hotel has been operating on the site for many decades and is grandfathered into the neighborhood, and the zoning would not permit it today. But it is a very small hotel. It's 4 stories and only 29 suites. What is proposed here today would increase the number of suites tenfold, nearly, and also substantially increase the height, making it one of the tallest buildings west of Denman Street. It's also a full-service hotel with many service vehicles, food deliveries, etc., to be expected coming and going. If this was a rental building with a proportion of below-market housing and, say, a one-for-one replacement of hotel rooms, or perhaps a few more hotel rooms, in my mind, that's a different story. And that's because of the public benefit of that rental housing. There hasn't been much new rental housing built west of Denman. I can't think of a single purpose-built rental building built west of Denman in recent decades. So I think that would be a net benefit to the neighborhood, and I'd be supportive of that. And that's why I'm supporting the referral motion today. I'm not against height and I'm not against density. And I'm in support of well-designed buildings, which this certainly is. This is about the use of the building and the tenure of the building and the location of the building. And I say that feeling that I have quite a strong knowledge of the neighborhood and its context. So again, I'm going to support the referral motion, and I look forward to a modified form of development coming back to council, and look forward to considering that soon. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Claassen.
Thanks very much, Mayor, and thanks to my council colleagues for some thoughtful comments. I think Councillor Meisner has done a pretty good job of rolling up where my mind is at on this one, and again, there's so many people to commend here. First of all, the community came out and spoke very well, and the community members that organized tours were courteous and just really thoughtful about how they approach things. And we heard from speakers today and in past days, also with that kind of just earnest thinking about the future of this neighborhood. The thing about West of Denman is that it creates a graduated experience, if you'd like, between the West End, the downtown core, and Stanley Park, and so it's always had that kind of calm residential feel to it. And I do think that the ability to build some more housing here, so people can also experience that as well, would be great. The hotel policy is one that I think is others have said, is one that we strongly support, but I don't think the policy as it was set out perhaps envisioned this one. So the balance here is to try and make sure that there's no net loss of any hotel rooms here. And if it's commercially viable, by adding a couple more of these rooms that may serve as long stay, but certainly no more kind of commercial activity than it exists there today, then you have the benefit of having that housing come into the community. And again, I think the applicant, to their credit, did a very fulsome job of looking at this from a lot of different angles, but it ran up against opposition that was created around the fact that this neighborhood is fairly unique, and that this additional commercial activity was going to be incongruent and difficult to try to bring in at this time. So I think that by referring this back, working with the applicant and staff, it sounds to me that the Director of Planning will have some discretion on this one, and provided it's viable, we may see a really exciting project that'll come out of this in the months to come. So obviously I would appreciate if my council colleagues also support this referral. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, if I may ask one follow-up point of information through you, Chair, to staff. And if the applicant determines that they want to rework the project, if this referral passes, and if they determine, I want to be very explicit, the 28-room hotel is not viable, I have never seen one like that, it's possible, unlikely, they will not be able to build 100% residential of similar size, correct?
Thank you for the question. Just for clarity, as we read it, as it acknowledges the hotel policy, the policy requires a minimum of +1, so
If
it would be a minimum of 28 units.
I understand that. Just for clarity, my question is, if they decided that it wasn't workable for them to include a hotel component, they could not, in the current policy framework, do an equivalent size residential. Is that correct?
Correct. The West End policy does not include rezoning for rental in this location.
Okay, so we have two scenarios. We don't know all the answers yet, but it could come back and propose with a hotel replacement 28, 29, or they could just say it's not workable and we would get no project.
It could be either of those. It could be something more speculating 30, 40 hotel units. This certainly leaves it open to have that conversation with the applicant to explore a viable project.
Do you read this that it could be
And I'm
more
sorry,
than
+1, more than +1.
Guys, sorry.
more than +1?
We're at time, I'm sorry. Right. Okay. A reminder that any council member participating virtually whose video is disabled will be marked absent for the vote pursuant to section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw. I'm now going to call the vote. Clerk, can you please take us to the voting panel? And just so we're very clear, we're voting on the referral. Councillor Orr Maloney. Councillor Maloney. Okay, that passes with Councillor Maloney in opposition. Okay. And that completes item number 5. I do want to thank the applicant and her team for all the incredibly hard work and coming in and speaking and helping us have a very lively conversation. Can we get a motion to adjourn? Councillor Kirby-Young, seconded by Councillor Klassen. All those in favor? All those opposed? Great, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.